From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening and or good morning across this great land of ours. From the island of Guam, the Rock, way out across the date line, way out there, eastward to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, south into South America, north to the pole, and worldwide on the Internet. This is Coast to Coast AM, and I'm Art Bell. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to KEWS FM in Riverside, California. Riverside, how about that? 99.3 on the dial, on the FM dial. Welcome to the program. Glad to have you along. Been through Riverside many times. Well, it's going to be an interesting night tonight, because we're all going to go to hell. At least those of us who stick around for the next hour. A man who was an atheist, a real atheist, I guess. He's now a reverend, but he was an atheist. Had a near-death experience and went to hell. And he's got an extensive description for you of what hell is like. I've never heard anybody tell me that before. Maybe a little glimpse with Sarah of what might be, but this will be a trip all the way to the real place. That's coming up next hour. This hour, quite a few things for you, actually. The whole thing over Tito is getting a little ridiculous. From MSNBC, let me read you a little of this, May 3rd. The U.S.-Russian rhetorical duel over space tourist Dennis Tito's multi-million-dollar ride to the International Space Station has flared again. NASA's chief says the trip has put, quote, incredible stress, end quote, on the agency, and that the Russians will be getting a babysitting bill. But Russia said Tito's presence hasn't influenced space station operations at all, and a top Russian space executive said Golden's comments demonstrated incompetence. As a matter of fact, NASA officials, as you well know, have grumbled for weeks about Tito's trip to the space station aboard a Soyuz spacecraft. In March, the agency barred the space engineer turned financier from training sessions at the Johnson Space Center, sparking a one-day walkout by his two Russian shipmates. NASA and the other station partners didn't give Tito's flight their original go-ahead until 4 days before launch last Saturday. And on the day before the mission, NASA tried to get the Russians to delay liftoff due to computer problems on the International Space Station. During testimony before the House Subcommittee on Space and Aeronautics on Wednesday, NASA Administrator Dan Golden indicated that the frictions haven't been smoothed over. Quote, the current situation has put an incredible stress on the men and women of NASA, Golden said. They're dedicated to safety, and Mr. Tito does not realize the efforts of thousands of people in the U.S. and Russia that are working to protect his safety and the safety of everyone else, taking extraordinary means. After Tito's return to Earth, NASA will seek reimbursement from the Russians for any costs caused by construction delays or lost working hours on the station. You know, this is just absolutely, it's getting absolutely ridiculous. This is an American up there, an American with a past with NASA. The early days of NASA. What the hell are we doing? I mean, really, what are we doing? Remember I told you I was going to, on somebody's suggestion, Richard's or somebody's, that I would try and get hold of Tito and see if we could do an interview. And I knew it was going to be a low probability thing. And sure enough, it has been. We contacted Tito's representative first, and he said, you'll have to talk to NASA. So we talked to NASA, and NASA said, you're going to have to call the Russians. And they gave us the number in Russia, and we'll follow up with that, you know. But what's going on here? This man goes a long way back with NASA himself. He is an American. We have the biggest monetary investment in the International Space Station as Americans. We do. So what the hell's wrong with an American going up to the space station? I don't get it. I just don't get it. And to me, it's an embarrassment that in a request to try and talk to an American on the International Space Station, NASA just says you're going to have to talk to the Russians. I mean, what kind of attitude is that, really? What an embarrassment for NASA, as far as, I mean, what a real embarrassment for NASA, in my opinion. Sure, Grumbly's up there, I guess. But he's there. I mean, we put an American school teacher up there, remember, or we tried. Blew up. But it's not as though occasionally a civilian shouldn't be allowed on the space station. It's a lot of taxpayer money up there. What's wrong with having a civilian up there? I mean, particularly if he pays his own way. And he has to go to our prior enemies, the Russians, to buy his way up there. And then after that, it's nothing but trouble. And an American broadcasting network wants to talk to an American. And so the American agency, NASA, says, no, you'll have to talk to the Russians. I think that's embarrassing for us. Just downright embarrassing. Several people suggested, well, I could do it by ham radio, and that's absolutely correct. I could do it by ham radio, but it would be not legal. You cannot use ham radio for commercial purpose, and so, yeah, it was a good idea, except the law doesn't allow it. I'm kind of angry with NASA. I think that's a really terrible attitude to take, and I don't know why they're taking it. As they pointed out in the article, they actually tried to delay the launch. Saying it was computers. You know, there's something wrong with this. What is wrong with the whole picture, huh? An American has to go to our former enemies to buy his way up to a space place that we own more of than anybody else. I mean, if you really want to break it down that way. I think that sucks. And then an American broadcasting company, granted NASA I may not have great favor at NASA, I understand that, but you would think they'd want to think really hard, wouldn't you? Before they say, oh no, you'll have to go talk to the Russians. I mean, we can't allow you to talk to an American over American communications equipment. Oh, come on. That just really sucks. There's something else going on here that has to do with I don't know what. Ego, security, something they're not telling us. Or arrogance. Maybe arrogance, huh? Are we so arrogant that we can't imagine somebody with Mr. Tito's background being in our precious space station? Only thoroughly and carefully trained NASA astronauts can do it? Hogwash. Old guys can go to this. Look at John Glenn. He went to the space station. Why not? Why not have a little democracy in space? Well, what the hell's wrong with NASA? Sure is getting to me. And then here's something else getting to me, too. As you know, China announced that because of the airplane incident, they were going to have a week of let's hack American government sites. And I think last night I said, or was it the night before, recently, that all things considered, if there's going to be a war, which they're the ones who, they've declared it, that I think that they've made a very bad decision because I know our hackers. We have really good hackers in America. And as far as I'm concerned, screw them. I got this today from somebody, Mr. Bell. I was disappointed to hear the comments you made on the air The morning of May 3rd. Well, there you go, May 3rd. You were discussing computer attacks made by Chinese hackers on American websites. You warned the Chinese that if they wanted to start a war, that American hackers are much better than Chinese hackers, and then you advised the Chinese to go right ahead and hack away. Well, of course, they're doing that. I just added that. The connotation was that American hackers would do much worse to the Chinese. First of all, I was very disappointed in the intolerant war-mongering attitude you displayed. Must you step right up to assume the typical American king of the world posture that is despised around the world? You need to step down from your ivory tower for a few moments and consider how this superior, holier-than-thou position makes you look to others. I'm sure you would not like to see the artbell.com site hacked into. I'll bet other website operators in the U.S. feel the same way. Well, look, first of all, this is from Thane in London, Canada. Well, Thane, I think you've got it all wrong, buddy. We didn't start it, but in American fashion, I was simply suggesting we can finish it. As far as hackers into our site, I've had plenty of hackers, some of the best hackers in the U.S. on the air. I think they're not very likely to hack away at my site, although it's hacked at all the time. That's the nature of big sites on the internet. They get hacked. Or let me put it this way. They're certainly attempted to be hacked. So that's something we put up with all the time. But we're talking about government sites here, for the most part. As far as I know, U.S. government sites being hacked, and civilian sites, I guess, by the Chinese. And so I say again, if they want to hack us, then fine. Let's hack the hell out of them. Let's take their sites down the best way we can. And we've got some really good people at it. I know. I've talked to them. So from my perspective, screw the Chinese. They began the war. I'm of the view that, leave somebody else alone and leave them alone and let us all coexist and do our own thing and go our own way. But when somebody comes and kicks you in the shins, I'm all for kicking back, and I think we can kick back better. Yeah, there may be more Chinese, but trust me when I tell you our hackers are the most sophisticated hackers in the world. And I say go get them. To hell with them. They started hacking us several days ago. Let's get them. Simple as that. They want a hacking war, they'll get a hacking war. So for whoever this is, Thane in London, Canada, you're just going to have to go on and be disappointed, I'm afraid. We'll be right back. Stay right where you are.
Now we take you back to the night of May 3rd, 2001, on Art Bell, Somewhere in Time.
Well, here's another story from the BBC on a mad deer disease in Colorado. The disease, which began in the wild now, is spreading to the farms. So the elk at Steve Wolcott's farm are at risk. It may be a problem when infected carcasses are brought back across the country, he said. I think that we have to be concerned about this material being able to infect other wild deer populations in other parts of the country. The disease is identical to BSE in the way it attacks the brain and nervous system of the deer. It cannot be detected until shortly before death. And now, the threat to humans. There is an additional cause for concern, the article goes on. Laboratory tests have shown that humans could contract this illness in the same way as BSE, although we have no cases thus far. From the Colorado health department's point of view. At this point, the answers to these questions are unknown because of the BSE experience. It is theoretically possible, and based on that, there are some precautions that hunters may want to take. A farm in the mountains of Nevada may hold the key to the puzzle of mad deer disease. Gee, here in Nevada, great. A farm's owner, a cowboy, called Jim Kopecki, I believe it is, died suddenly from CJD, an illness very similar to both BSE and mad deer variant. Brenda, Jim's widow, admits that he loved to hunt, and it is possible he may have died from eating infected deer meat. As she said, I couldn't comprehend that a cowboy in the middle of farming Nevada could get such a horrendous disease, she said, so I dragged the poor man to many other doctors looking for something that made just any sense at all. He was the third deer hunter to die in the last 2 years from CJD. So far, the evidence suggests it is simply a coincidence. Do you all believe it is a coincidence? Interesting story. 60 pregnant cows with human genes. Do you remember that experiment? Putting human genes into cows? Well, now the story is they may be slaughtered after a high court ruling has thrown one of the country's best-known genetic experiments into doubt. Scientists at Hamilton's Ruarka Research Center have inserted a synthetic basic human protein into cattle fetuses in an experiment to improve the treatment of multiple sclerosis, an incurable neurological condition affecting coordination. The experiment was approved by the Environmental Risk Management Authority. The Environmental Risk Management Authority. So apparently these are the people that decide what sort of genetic experiments we're going to be allowed to do and or not allowed to do. Anyway, they approved this one. And now it may end in disaster for the animals. They're saying that it'd be more humane to kill a pregnant cow now than wait until it gave birth and then kill the mother and the baby. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to do this experiment in the first place. Maybe a number of the genetic experiments that we are considering right now, not such a smart idea. I mean, as I interview people here on the air, and you know I have interviewed people in these areas recently, I think that we're on a very, very, very slippery slope with just about all of the genetic manipulation that we're beginning to engage in, from the level of plants to animals to humans. I know it's well-intentioned, at least I pray so, and I imagine so, that it is well-intentioned, trying to learn something about some disease. But if the other side of the equation is that some gene is going to, as we heard last night, jump from some newly created strain of wheat that keeps the bugs away, and it's going to jump to an animal, and then ultimately to a human, then we're going to eventually have some kind of disaster. And so I would hope that before approving the next experiment, and I'm anything but anti-science, whoever these risk assessment people are, they will assess more carefully and consider what we're doing. And I'm not against advancing science. I just don't want to end up with a moral dilemma. I don't want to end up with monsters. And I certainly don't want some worldwide disaster occurring because some scientist goes, oops, drop the vial. Isn't that the whole way the Captain Trips thing began? Good morning. We'll take a break, and then we'll do open lines at the top of the next hour. We're all going to take a trip to hell, a real trip to hell. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Good morning, everybody, and I've got something very interesting for you this morning. I try to always have that, but if you'll go to my website, in the What's News section of my website, the first item is the disclosure conference notice about what Stephen Greer is going to be doing, Dr. Greer, and he'll be here tomorrow night to give you kind of a preview of an incredibly important event in Washington. So that's tomorrow night. But the second item down, I think you should take a look at. It says, weird whirlpool story on links page. Click on that and go down to the second set of links and click on weird whirlpool. And this really is pretty bizarre stuff, and I'd love to have your opinion of what we're seeing here. A strange phenomena spinning off the coast of San Diego. Some say it comes from out of this world. And there's a picture of it there. It can be best described as a giant whirlpool caught on videotape off Black's Beach. A camera flying in a biplane shot the footage with his home video camera, and it is extraordinary, to say the least. And I guess you can get the actual video that he shot on this site. Oceanographers say they've never seen anything like it, but at least one expert says an unidentified underwater object might have caused the weird whirlpool. And then they go on to talk about flying saucers, UFOs, strange lights, and so forth and so on that people have seen in the area. But you've really got to see this. There's nothing on this earth short of a water spout that could do this, and obviously there is no weather anywhere close that would indicate there's a water spout going on. So we've got this swirling going on in the water, this unaccountable swirling, and I'm wondering about all kinds of things. I'm wondering about an energy that could cause this. I'm wondering about the power that makes crop circles, which we've found on dirt and in dust and all kinds of things, and if there could be some relationship to what we're seeing here. A big whirlpool in the ocean for no apparent scientific discernible reason. Now that bears some study, and I'd suggest you go read the article, take a look at the video. It's, again, under What's New, and then it will take you to our links page, and you can go from there. But there's lots to wonder about with regard to this whirlpool. What would do that to the ocean? I mean, completely defeating the wave action, and it looks like a black hole in the water. Damnedest thing you ever saw. What would cause that? So I've got a link up there. Keith got that up there a little earlier today, but that's really got me thinking. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art. How are you?
I'm pretty good.
Good. This is Sean, Western New York.
Yes, Sean.
A few brief things about your little story there on NASA. I haven't even hit 30 yet, and I thought about maybe dabbling in a little bit of politics, okay?
All right.
And of course, the delusions of grandeur and the daydreaming brought me up. It's like, wow, what if I could actually sit into a position that would help me push for more space exploration? You know, thinking more money for NASA.
Sure.
And then you come on the air tonight, and I thought, boy, if this is really how it is, you know, what would be the point?
I mean, isn't it kind of stupid? The whole thing, this is an American who's up there, and to me, maybe there's something I really don't know, but we're acting like asses.
And the space station there. You know, I said to myself when I heard they were going to put it up and do it in a joint effort, thinking, now this is the way the world should be, and here we go, petty politics and money and everything.
Exactly.
They gotta screw it up. So that's about it.
Oh, that'll do. Thank you very much. I could not agree with you more. I mean, it's really, we're acting like asses. Now, maybe we're not properly telling our side of the story. Maybe there's some side of the story that I just haven't heard. I don't know. But the whole attitude about this is all wrong. All wrong. Tito, as I said, he's not exactly just a civilian with money. He had a lot of training with NASA. He goes way back with NASA. And he had to go to our former enemy, and that galls me, to buy his way up to a place where we are. And then once there, NASA can't see its way to let us use a channel of communication to communicate with him. They've got to send us to Russia to do that. I think it's embarrassing for us. Really embarrassing. That's what we got told by NASA earlier. They gave us the phone number to the Russians. Doesn't that kind of stink? I mean, well. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Mr. Bell?
Yes, hi.
Oh, hey, hello. I'm Caleb, and I'm calling from Birmingham, WERC 960.
Yes, sir.
I had a couple of ideas that may interest you. One is about the location of the actual hell, and I'm a Christian myself, and I heard this from a very reliable source, and from a doctor. Well, I think he's a doctor. Anyway, you know about the black holes in space, right?
Sure.
All right. Well, you know how like they can suck up suns, and
they can absorb. Yeah, they can eat suns. They can absorb light, bend light toward them. A lot of things.
Yes, sir. And see, the suns inside, there's no way that the heat can escape, so it grows hotter and hotter in there, and so that's millions, billions of.
So you're thinking hell's in a black hole, maybe?
Well, yeah, because the Bible does say that there'll be eternal darkness, and that it'll be like I can't remember the number, but some number of times hotter than the sun, like the sun, our sun, and that is a very interesting idea, I think. And but I also had another interesting idea a while ago when I was listening to you on while I was calling you. Whenever you mentioned the thing about Tito in space and how the computers. Like, they had a computer problem before he went up to space, and they had to delay it. They asked him to delay it,
Yes, and the Russians said no one launched.
Well, then you mentioned the 1986 explosion of the teacher was on board.
The Challenger, yes.
Yeah, I was only 2 when that happened, but a few years ago, I found, I learned a little bit about it. I don't know too much about it, but I'm not trying to be paranoid or anything here, but what do you think the possibilities of that maybe someone at NASA or some heads of NASA maybe has staged that explosion because of a civilian going?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't buy into that.
Yeah, but that was just a thought that came to mind. I mean, you can't.
Okay, let me put it to you out straight. NASA's doing some stuff that's pretty screwed up, but they're not murderers. I know there are people that have said such things, but I'm not one of them. No, not a chance. Not in my mind. However, this attitude that they have right now is just ridiculous. It's embarrassing for the United States in every way, every step of the way here. It's embarrassing. To me, it's embarrassing that one of our own has to go to a former enemy, buy his way up there, then essentially get snubbed up there, with Golden making all kinds of catty remarks. And then we're a pretty damn big broadcasting concern, I can tell you. And so we began to make some inquiries today, and we talked to Tito's rep, who said, no, you'll have to talk to NASA. Okay, fair enough. So we talked to NASA, and they give us the phone number of a Russian guy. Now, we might be able to do it that way, although I'm hearing rumors now that there may be something in his contract saying he can't do anything commercial from the space station. Now, I don't know what that means. Does that mean he can't endorse Wheaties or something? Or does that mean that he can't do an interview with a broadcast concern? I don't know. So maybe contractually he can't do it. Who knows? But if we did ever pull it off, we would have to, it would be almost like an email conversation. I mean, you'd have to have a landline from here to Russia, probably satellite, actually, with all the lag time, and then, of course, up to space again, and the question arrives, and they answer, and then it goes back down again, back up to another satellite, back down to the U.S., and we get the answer. It almost, there'd be such a delay having to go through Russia. It would be kind of annoying, but I would go ahead and, of course, take the opportunity and do it anyway. But it could be so much easier if our own organization, supported by taxpayers, NASA, would allow it to occur. But not to Tito. Only to approved astronauts. Not to Tito, an American citizen who's up there. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi. Oh, push the button. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello, this is Mark in Newport, Oregon.
Hello, Mark.
And I bounced around on about 5 or 6 channels here on the coast trying to keep up with your show. I was watching News World International about an hour and a half ago, and there was a report on a company called, I think, Nexius out of New York, and they were saying that they've already cloned goats with spiders.
Yeah, you know, I read that on the internet earlier, that they were about to. Why would they want to clone a goat and a spider?
The milk has the spider silk properties, and they're looking at making bulletproof vests. They say it's meteor-proof for spacecraft.
Oh, my God, really?
Yeah, it was a report, and they were showing the goats. They didn't actually show them, like, milking them and making the spider web, but they were showing the DNA, and they were saying that, here, this part's the spider contribution.
Spider.
Glad you're back, man.
I appreciate your call, sir. Thank you.
Good night.
We're headed down some strange places with all of this. You've got to admit, that's a pretty strange combination. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes.
Turn your radio off, please.
Yes.
Okay.
On the 503 here on Washington, and just wanted to ask you if you would ask your guest tonight. Sometimes Major Gaines had talked at one time about the differences when he was talking about Lucifer and Satan and about the fact of the crystalline colors. You might want to ask your guest about the fact that if he happened to be in the same place at the same time, or he's actually here on Earth doing his thing.
Well, let's see what he has to say. I'd rather not prejudice his answer in any way. I'd just soon hear his story in detail. I've never heard anybody really say, other than Sarah, who got pretty close or perhaps got a glimpse, but I've never heard anybody else talk about hell. This is going to be a first.
My question to you also, too, is are you going to have Kathleen Keaton on again?
Oh, no doubt. I'm sure we will, yes. Mm-hmm.
Well, the particular person, and I know you've asked not to say it, and I won't, but the particular person is becoming very active. And,
that person she is named as the Antichrist.
Yes, that's correct. Yes. But you had asked not to use that name, and I won't.
I still would rather not, yes.
Right, and out of respect for that, I won't. But,
thank you. It's not hard to find. Look, people won't find it. They go on the Internet.
Exactly.
They'll figure it out.
But it's very interesting that not only is it just this particular person that you had talked to before, but now there's actual ambassadors that are talking about him, too.
Oh, I'm well aware, thank you very much, that this person is very real. And the claims made by this person. Oh, yes, I'm very aware of it. And yes, of course, we'll have Kathleen on again. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art. This is Roger. Listen to you via the Internet.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if it was when you were sick, but are you going to have the head of the FCC on?
That's Raleigh Hollingsworth. And, we are going to have him on. He simply begged off for a period of time so that he could kind of get the lay of the land with the new commissioner coming in.
Okay.
So you want to understand what policy is before you try and go on the radio and talk about what it is.
Can't implement what you don't know.
Yeah, that's right. So I thought his decision was wise, and he said he would come on.
Okay. Do you have no time frame or?
No, not yet. I'll write to him soon. We'll find out.
Okay.
All right.
Have a good show.
Thank you. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
On me?
Yes, on you.
On
turn your radio off, please, dear.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
On May 1st, you had someone by the name of Allen. I didn't get the last name.
Mesher?
Yes. And I didn't get all his number. I got 3100, but I didn't get the first two numbers.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I don't have that info here. Your best shot is the website. It'll still have all the information on it.
And as far I heard somebody speaking about the Challenger.
Yes.
There was a young man who was doing research on the Challenger before it went up, and he told all the powers that be that not to send up the Challenger because the rings could not withstand the cold temperature.
Oh, I know. There was a great big investigation about the whole thing. I'm very, very well aware of it. Obviously, a poor decision, and there were a lot of meetings about that at NASA. And, you know, it's funny. I've watched a lot of launches since, and a lot of them have scared me because if you remember the video of the Challenger and you remember the flames that were licking around, do you remember that? I've seen that on subsequent flights, and I've gone, oh, man. But I guess it's okay, and, you know, people see things, but it very much looked like the same sort of flame to me that was certainly the problem, and they showed in great detail in the Challenger footage just prior to the explosion. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes. Hi, Art.
Hi.
This is Reba in Colville.
Hi there.
Well, since you're talking about the Challenger, I thought I'd add something here. Dick Scobie, when he was very young, taught me how to ride a bike.
No kidding.
Yes. When I was living up in Martin, and his grandfather was on the section crew for the railroad.
Well, riding bikes is the first time is a very serious matter indeed.
Oh, it was.
I remember myself. So
now I have a question.
Yes.
How's it going with getting Shirley MacLaine on?
Well, I don't know. I actually haven't tried yet.
Oh. Okay.
But I'm sure we'll get her on. I mean, I think she was on not too long before I left.
Yes, she was.
So we'll get her on again.
And be sure to ask her about her saving seeds, please.
Saving seeds. All right.
Yes, thank you.
You bet. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, hi, my name's Al. I'm a truck driver, a new listener, and a new caller, first-time caller. Wanted to ask you a question about the chemtrails. I never caught the tail end about it, and I've been noticing them also myself.
Well, what kind of question would you ask?
Well, I barely got turned on to your show, babe, about a couple of months maybe, and I never caught the tail end of the chemtrails other than I started looking out for them. I live up in Hesperia by Victorville. I'm a truck driver. I travel all around. And I did notice them. In Hesperia, we have clean, nice air up there. And just like your callers mentioned that by the afternoon, it's real gloomy out there and horrible looking.
Gloomy and hazy, right. After,
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and then one time I was up in Hayward, California, and I was up there for about 5 hours, and I noticed it was a clean sky in the morning. And then by the mid-afternoon, I saw all the chemtrails up there, and then it started getting really ugly looking. And as I drove away, I'm coming down the 5, and I stopped and I looked, and you could just see overhead, this horrible gloom over the skies. Have you found out what's going on yet?
No, absolutely not. The latest theory, I think the most accepted present theory is that there's weather control, that they're trying to do something to correct what they see as a deteriorating situation with the weather.
I see. Now, 3 things I did notice. One time I was coming back from San Diego and going to out there by Temecula, and it was at night, and I started noticing these chemtrails, and it was a clear night. Now, the 3 occasions, the next in Hayward, I noticed that the following day there was rain there.
Sir, we're coming to the end of the show here.
Okay.
Anyway, the first hour of the show, so I've got to scoot.
Okay, all right. Well, anyways, I did notice rain after the following day out of those 3 occurrences. I just wanted to let you know that.
Okay, thank you very much.
It's a great show. Thank you.
Take care, my friend. We're going to hell. Next, the Reverend Howard Storm is up and coming. He's back in Kentucky. He's Reverend for the Zion United Church of Christ. I will tell you more about him in a moment, but basically, he went to hell. He was an atheist, and he went to hell. And you just don't get to hear very many descriptions of what hell is like, ever. I don't think we ever have. Not really. Well, he says he's got one. Well, in a way, I've been waiting to do this interview for a long time, maybe all my life. I've never had anybody describe hell to me, and that's what Reverend Storm says he can do. Again, he is a reverend for the Zion United Church of Christ in Norwood, Ohio. He has a BFA from San Francisco Art Institute in 1969, an MA from the University of California at Berkeley in 1970, MFA, University of California, Berkeley, 72, MDiv, United Theological Seminary, 1992. So that was the MFA in 72 and the Theological Seminary in 92. Ordination, June 14th of 92, United Church of Christ. Was employed by the Northern Kentucky University as a professor of art, 1972 to 92, so that was a long career. Coordinator or chairperson of art department for 7.5 years. And then the Zion United Church of Christ pastoring from 1992 to present. He's made all kinds of television appearances and radio, I would presume. He was an art professor and an atheist. And welcome, Reverend.
Thank you.
Good to have you on the air with us. I guess I would just have you tell your story. You were an atheist in the purest sense of the word at one time?
Yeah, I probably around 16 or 17 years old, gave up on religion, completely gave up on it when I went to college.
Any reason why?
It seemed pointless that, they talked about being good all the time, and
you couldn't be good all the time.
Well,
none of us can.
That was, actually, that was a kind of a problem. When you're 16 and raging hormones and stuff, my interests were a lot different than sitting in church singing hymns.
I understand.
I found it boring.
Right.
And silly. And then I just, as I went to college and stuff, came to realize at the time, from that point of view, that I was being deceived, that there was no afterlife, there was no heaven or hell, there was no God, and the stories in the Bible were all false.
Stories.
Yeah, just stories. And that the reality was the scientific truth of the world, and that we were just biochemical organisms who had these short, pathetic little lives, and the point of life was to have as much fun as possible. And
which I guess you were endeavoring to do, huh?
Yes. So I was in San Francisco from 67 to 72 in the Bay Area, and that seemed to be like the right place to be at the right time.
Oh, it was.
So I was fairly experienced.
You had a long career in art, didn't you?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. What sort of you were a professor of art, so you taught art.
Right.
Well, that's a world away from where you are right now, that's for sure. So something really big obviously occurred to you. When did this happen?
On June 1st, 1985, I was taking a group of students around Europe, and my wife was along, and we had gone all over Germany and Amsterdam and Sweden, and now we're in France, and it was the last day of the trip. And on that Saturday morning, I was in the hotel talking to a student, and I had a acute pain in my stomach, which I found out later was a hole had broken through my small stomach, and the stomach acid and digestive juices was leaking into my abdominal cavity. Felt like I'd been shot. When it happened, I went right down to the ground and just sort of crumpled up in extreme pain and terror, and I thought that I should see glass breaking from the window, because I thought that was the only place that a shot could have come from. It was from outside.
You really thought you were shot?
Yeah, and I just had the most intense pain in the center of my abdomen. I didn't know what was happening, and I was screaming and yelling and my wife called the desk at the hotel, and they called an emergency service, and a doctor came right away to the hotel room and examined me and told me what the problem was, and he called an ambulance, and
he was able to figure that out right on the spot, huh?
yeah, it was very evident to him. And they put me in an ambulance and took me probably 8 miles or so across Paris to a emergency hospital.
Right.
Where I was taken examined by 2 doctors in the emergency room and x-rayed, and the situation was explained to me that this was a fairly grave situation, and that if they attended to it right away, if I had surgery immediately, that I would be in the hospital for 3 or 4 weeks, and then I would have maybe 4 weeks of recovery, and I'd be all better. And if we didn't do the surgery right away, I would die very soon.
Wow.
So this was a no-brainer, you know, like, okay, let's do the surgery.
Sure.
So they took me from that hospital, which was a public hospital, to a few blocks away to another building, which was a surgical hospital, and put me in a room on the 3rd floor of that building to have the surgery, as they had told me, immediately. And they kept saying, you know, now, immediately.
Urgent.
Yeah. Now, unbeknownst to my wife or I, there wasn't a surgeon in that hospital available to do the surgery. We didn't know that, so I was parked.
Very disappointing after they've used all those urgent words.
Yeah, and the pain, which had taken me to the ground screaming, was just gradually getting worse and worse and worse. So it was all I could do to keep my sanity.
I don't know what happens when your stomach acids begin to go into the rest of your body, but it must be horrible.
Well, it feels like having a red hot coal in the middle of you.
Sure.
And then as it progressed and moved around my abdominal cavity, instead of being a point, it became an area, and then pretty soon it was like all over the whole abdominal area.
So it was obvious to you physically, just lying there, that it was spreading and getting worse very quickly.
Yeah, and it was so bad that a number of times I told my wife to get me a knife because I was going to cut it out. You know, and I would have cut it. She wouldn't, of course, but I would have done it.
You really would have done it?
Yeah, because it would have been preferable to what I was experiencing. Of course, it would have been a disaster if I'd done that, but it would have been preferable to what I was experiencing.
So, still no doctor, and you're just laying there.
Yeah, and people who are so used to American medicine find this part of the story incredible, but unfortunately a lot of Americans who've had health care in other countries have a whole new appreciation for how good we have it in this country with American medicine. But I was
usually,
yeah, usually. But I was just left alone. I was never examined by a doctor. I never received any medication or any treatment. Matter of fact, there was, to give you an idea of how stark it was, there was no pillow on the bed. There was no top sheet.
They weren't even giving you anything for pain?
No. And I've had some people say, well, you must have been on drugs when this happened. The irony was is that a few times that the nurse came into the room or an orderly or something, I begged them for, some
drugs.
Nobody could do anything.
Let's have drugs.
Yeah. There was nobody, no doctor to prescribe it, so none of the nurses or other attendants could.
Well, that's right. Without a doctor to order a strong pain reliever, there wouldn't be one. That's right.
Yeah. So, minutes turned to hours, and hours went by, and I was getting weaker and weaker. And the doctors in the United States later told me that my life expectancy from the beginning of this incident was about 5 hours. And,
holy smokes.
This started at almost exactly 11 o'clock, and by 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I was beginning to think I wasn't going to make it.
Well, according to the doctors, you technically shouldn't have at that point. 1, 2, 3, 4. If that's 5 hours, that's 5 hours right there.
Yeah. So then, by 8:30 that night, I was hanging on to life with like my fingernails slipping off the cliff.
There was still no doctor there?
No, and I had never been seen by a doctor. Nobody had taken my temperature, blood pressure. I mean, zip, nothing.
Oh my God! What? Oh, okay.
I wouldn't recommend this hospital.
Yeah, obviously not.
I would recommend to avoid this place at all costs. But anyways, so a nurse came into the room at 8:30 and said to me and my wife that she said exactly, "We're very sorry, but we're unable to find a doctor, and we'll try and get one tomorrow."
What? What? I say again, what? Didn't you consider leaving for calling another hospital, or I don't know what the options would have been. Of course, I couldn't.
Well, earlier in an emergency, I had asked if this was the right place for him to be because I was an American, and they said, well, there is an American hospital in Paris, but there's no time to get you there because you're going to have the surgery right away. Now, at this point, I was way too weak to even contemplate, doing anything.
All right.
So when the nurse told me that there was no doctor available, I figured it was it. It was over. And there was no point in trying to hang on to life anymore, and the pain was so extreme that all I wanted to do was to be out of it. I mean, I wanted out of the world, out of this life, and I knew that when you died, it was, the lights off, curtain down, it's over, it's finished.
Right.
And that was preferable to hanging on any longer, because I'd been struggling for hours to stay alive with all of the strength that was depleting, and all of my will. Just, I didn't have any will to live anymore. So I told my wife, I said, it's time for us to say goodbye. And she got up and hugged me and kissed me, and we told each other how much we loved each other, and we said goodbye to each other. It was very painful, still painful when I think about that, and for my wife too.
Yeah, of course.
And she was crying so hard, she sat back down in the chair, and I was watching her cry her heart out, because here she was watching her husband just
die.
Yeah, fade away from her before her very eyes, and there wasn't anything she could do about it. And I closed my eyes and hoped to die, and no desire to live anymore, and I went unconscious. And I don't know how long I was unconscious, probably a few minutes at the most, when I was conscious again, and I was standing next to the bed, and I felt really good. I was very aware of the situation. I knew that I was very sick and I needed to have an operation, and I was aware that I had a stomach problem, but I really didn't have the pain. Instead, I felt very alive.
Now, you were in what kind of state when you? People frequently have told me stories, just like you are telling me now, of being outside your body, and or hovering over operating tables. And I'm sure you've heard all the stories. So I'm always curious, what kind of presence did you have outside your body? I mean, could you see your own hand? Could you see yourself?
Yeah, I felt. Not only did I feel real, this is weird, but I felt more real than what would be normal. In other words, my bottoms of my feet, to try and explain this, the bottoms of my feet were very sensitive to the texture and the temperature of the linoleum floor. I felt so strange that I touched my legs and my head, because my whole body was so alive, and I was aware that my eyesight was better than normal.
So all your senses were way up there.
Yeah, it was like everything was on overdrive. And I just thought this was like so bizarre, but I was really happy that I didn't have the pain anymore and that I was alive, because the last thing I remembered was dying. And
well, what about the mental concept, though, of intellectually, of standing there looking at yourself? Now that's got to have some impact.
That I found that very disturbing. So the only thing that I could think of was that the body in the bed wasn't real, And that, I was trying to figure out how this could be, so I decided that what they had done was, while I was unconscious, they had made a wax duplicate of me and put it in the bed. The thing I couldn't explain was why they would do that, because it would have been quite a bit of work to bring in the people from Madame Tussaud's Wax Museum and make this wax replica of me.
Sure.
But I was so mad at the hospital that I thought, well, they're just messing with me. They're doing this just to mess with me,
Yep.
But then I couldn't figure out why my wife would participate in this, deception. So I started yelling and screaming at her, what's going on here, using some pretty strong language. And she didn't move, she didn't blink, she didn't respond. And so I became really angry at her because now, in addition to this very disturbing thing in the bed that looked like me, she was pretending that she couldn't see me or hear me. Of course, she wasn't pretending because she, of course, didn't see me or hear me.
Right. Oh, no. And so you were angry, frustrated?
Yeah, and so I had a roommate who was a 68-year-old Frenchman who spoke English, and a very nice man, and I turned to him and I was screaming and yelling in his face, what's going on here? Why are they doing this? What's that in the bed? And stuff like that. And he stared through me, from my point of view, pretending that he couldn't see me or hear me. And, so I was just getting into a rage about, this, and I kept thinking this whole thing's crazy.
And it had not yet occurred to you that you couldn't be seen?
No, not at all, because I felt so real.
Sure.
And I could touch things and feel things. I was completely
gotcha.
Corporal, whatever. And I heard people outside the room, and they were calling me by name in English, saying, Howard, you've got to come with us now. Hurry up. We've been waiting for you. It's time to go. Let's go. So I went over to the doorway of the room, and there were people out in the hallway.
People?
Yeah. And they're very, there's a small number of them, men and women. And it was very dim out in the hallway. The room was bright and well lit, but the hallway was very gray and indistinct, like a really bad TV picture.
Right.
And I said, are you from the surgeon? I said, I'm really sick. I'm supposed to have surgery. I've been waiting for hours, and and I need to have this operation. And has the doctor come to the hospital? And I said, hurry up. We've been waiting a long time for you. We've got to go now. Let's go.
Did you recognize these people at all?
No. They're very indistinct.
You say indistinct. That's interesting. You mean indistinct in form?
Yeah, shadowy.
Shadowy.
Uh-huh.
Very interesting way to put it. Reverend, hold on. We'll be right back. There is a journey that lies directly ahead. My guest is the Reverend Howard Storm. I'm Art Bell. My guest is Reverend Howard Storm, and we're actually at the very beginning of a journey to hell, if you think you can handle it. Fascinating stuff. We'll get right back to it. All right, once again, Reverend Storm, welcome back, Reverend. I do have, if I can ask one question before we continue, just because I know where we're going. You were an atheist, and you were doing what I suppose a lot of people do at that age, but because of where we're going here, I mean, were you a really bad person? I don't know how we're going to define bad here, but I mean, were you a terrible sinner? Were you really out there, an awful person, or just sort of an average person?
No, I thought of myself as a good person.
As a good person.
And I think a lot of people, some people thought I was a nice guy, and some people thought I was a jerk, but...
Well, like life.
Yeah, it was... I didn't break the law.
Yeah, you weren't abducting people, you weren't doing bad crimes or anything like that, just sort of an average guy.
No, and I was doing what I assumed everybody in our culture was doing, which was trying to have a good life. I had my friends, and we, drank and laughed and told jokes, and
right.
I had a job, and I worked hard and had a family and was providing for them, so I thought I was doing real well.
Gotcha. Okay. Back to the hospital room, and now you're outside the hospital room. You're in the corridor, and there are what you described almost as shadow beings, indistinct beings beckoning you to come forward or come with them.
Right, and we started walking down the hall of the hospital, and at some point I became aware that the hallway of the hospital was kind of endless, and there weren't any walls or ceiling or lights or anything. It was just, we're moving through a space now without any distinction at all. It's just endless space, and we're walking. If I were to try and duplicate this part of the journey, I would have to walk maybe 100 miles or something. It just went on and on and on and on for what seemed like not just hours, but days or weeks.
Do you remember during that time considering whether you were you intellectualizing at all, thinking, gee, where am I going? Who are these people? Why am I doing this? Is this such a smart idea? Were you doing any of that sort of thinking? Or
Yeah, and at first, my assumption was that these were people from the hospital who were taking me to surgery.
Right.
And then after a while, it was like, this is not working out. This is definitely not the way to surgery, and I don't think this is even the hospital.
Right.
I don't know what this is. And then I would start to ask them questions, and they would send me, shut up. Don't ask questions. You don't need to, you don't need to know anything. And then from that to they started talking about me. It was like, he thinks he's so great. Who does he think he is? And stuff like that. And then I would hear people say, shh, don't scare him. Don't scare him off.
Really?
And so, of course, I'm going from very worried to extremely paranoid,
Yes.
What is going on here? And it's getting, as we're walking along, it's getting darker and darker, and pretty soon it's just abject darkness. And there are now a lot of people around me. At first there was a few. Now there's a big crowd in this darkness, and I'm terrified. And I said, I'm not going any further. And they said, you're almost there. And they started to push and pull at me to take me further into this darkness. And I tried to fight back with them, and I felt very capable. I felt very strong. I felt very alive, and I was punching and kicking and hitting.
It was real physical battle.
Yeah, and there was this mob of people all around me, and if they had wanted to annihilate me, they could have just done it, and it would have been over with, but instead they were toying with me, playing with me, tormenting me, and every once in a while someone would get a piece of my ear and just rip it off, or someone's finger would be in my eye, and someone would be gnawing on my Achilles tendon, and I'm trying to hit back and fight back, and it was ultimately hopeless because there were so many of them and one of me, and around all this was this level of noise of their laughter and their insults and their delight at my struggle. And sort of the more I struggled, the more it gave them what I hesitate to call pleasure, but gave them enjoyment out of my pain. And this just went on. People asked me what it felt like, and I said, it felt like what you think it would feel like. It just being beaten and ripped and bitten and clawed and scratched and pushed. And
was there at this point absolute darkness? Could you make these beings out at all in this physical fight?
Just complete darkness. They just felt like people. And what I remember from that is teeth and nails.
Yeah.
And then in the midst of this, they were doing worse things to me, things to humiliate me and tear me down, not just physically, but psychologically. And I don't go there. I don't talk about that stuff.
Why not?
It's too painful.
Was it personal stuff?
Yeah. Too personal.
I only in this area have movies as a reference, and a very great man that I interviewed named Father Malachi Martin, who's now passed away, but he was an exorcist, a Catholic priest, and he said that frequently during an exorcism, the kind of personal psychological battle that you're talking about would occur. Very, very personal. You know, hitting all the hottest buttons that you could possibly hit.
Yeah.
That kind of thing, then.
Yep. And eventually I was just so broken physically and emotionally that I was in trying to make myself as small as possible, sort of trying to form a ball on the ground of that place, and people were kicking me, and I was so weakened by all of this and exhausted by all of this that I could barely even moan. And I heard my voice, but I didn't say it, and I don't know how this happened, but I heard what sounded like my voice say, "Pray to God." And I thought to myself, what a stupid idea. I don't believe in God. And in fact, I had probably said my last prayer when I was a teenager, and this was more than 20 years later. So that just wasn't part of who I was or what I did. And then a second time, the same thing. I heard a voice, my voice, say, "Pray to God," and I thought, I don't even know how to pray. I don't know how to ask for help. And part of the person that I was someone who never asked anybody for help. You know, I was an independent, self-sufficient guy who didn't need people. And a third time, pray to God, and I was thinking, what did I say when I was a kid? And I got all confused because I thought that to pray was to recite some memorized verses. That's what I'd done as a child, and I was trying to remember what that was. And without intending it.
Something official.
Yeah, right. Without intending it, some things, I kind of murmured some things, and what it was sort of coming out like was, glory, glory, hallelujah, his truth goes marching on, I pledge allegiance to
it all got
Father.
mixed up, huh?
What?
All got mixed up.
Yeah, our Father who art in heaven. So, you know, but when I mentioned anything that had to do with God, the people that were around me became inflamed, and they were screaming at me in extremely vulgar, obscene terms that there was no God, nobody could hear me, and they were going to really hurt me now.
Oh.
But what encouraged me to try and remember some phrases that had God in it was the fact that they hated it so much I was finally able to get back at them. And then I noticed that any mention of God actually pushed them away from me and drove them back into that darkness. So I was trying to remember stuff, and it was just all mixed up. And
so at this point, it's cause and effect. In other words, you suddenly discovered you had some little weapon or some way to fight back.
Yeah, it had this. What didn't have anything to do with faith or anything. It was just like, this works. I'm going with it.
Right. Oh yeah, whatever works in a situation like that.
Yeah, and so I'm trying to remember things that have God in them, and they're screaming and yelling at me and backing up further and further in darkness. And then I realized that the only thing I could hear anymore was me. And I stopped, and I listened, and there was just silence around me. So I began to consider my situation, and I'm too broken and ripped up to crawl. And if I could crawl, where would I go? Because absolutely no sense of how I'd gotten there or where I was, just darkness. And I'm all alone in this place, and so I'm starting to think about my situation and what, since I didn't have any religious background at that time, what I thought had happened to me was that somehow I had gone down the sewer pipe of the universe into the cesspool, and this is where the human garbage goes.
Could you walk around? You were in utter darkness. Could you I think a natural thing for a human would be to try and define the boundaries of where they were. If you really thought you were alone, you'd try to sort of walk up and...
I couldn't get up. I couldn't even crawl.
So you were in the fetal position?
Yeah.
All right.
And I was all broken and torn. And I thought about my life. And it all seemed so sad because I had wanted to be this great artist, and instead I'd been a mediocre artist at a little, nothing university in the Midwest, and I wasn't a big shot. And I thought about how I'd failed as a father and as a husband and as a son to my parents. And when I thought over my life, it all seemed so pitiful and stupid and such a waste. And it was like, and I lived all that to end up here. What a stupid, sorry, pathetic little life I had.
Yeah, the trouble is you're describing a great number of us out here.
Yeah. And it just seems so pointless and empty and worthless. And I also was thinking about the situation that I was in, and that there was no way out of it for me, except that I knew that those people were going to come back. And I really didn't want to be the victim of their sadism anymore. And so I thought if there was some way that I could get up my strength, if they came back, I would be as vicious and as cruel
as they were.
And instead of being the victim, I would become a victimizer.
Uh-huh.
In other words, I would become one of them. Hey, if you can't fight it, join it.
Yeah. Let's find somebody else and kick them around.
And that wasn't very pleasing to me either, because I really didn't want to be part of their world and their life, which was just sort of gnawing, and seeking sensation.
May I ask another question?
Yeah.
If you found yourself in this situation, one obvious conclusion you would come to is that you were dead, or that, obviously you were no longer in the world that you had known,
yeah.
So you would have to at least intellectually consider the fact that you had died. Did that ever occur to you in the whole time?
Well, the thing that was strange was, since I didn't believe that there was life after death, I knew that I was alive, but I knew that I wasn't in the world. And so I thought it was like somehow I had left the world, and I would never be a part of the world again. One of the most painful things in this whole experience was the realization I was never going to see my wife, my kids, my parents, my dog.
But that's another way of saying that you realized that you were off Earth, and, short of a shuttle trip or whatever, there's no other way to get off Earth alive anyway.
Yeah. So, but the word dead didn't really occur to me because I was alive.
Because you felt so alive, because you had such a physical presence, and you could feel all these injuries.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you. Okay, that makes sense.
And the saddest conclusion of all that I came to was that somehow I belonged in this place. That I hated the place, and I didn't want to be there. But I knew that I had a certain kind of affinity for the people who had attacked me, and my sense was that they were people who had lived life like I had lived it. Basically, people who had lived for their own gratification.
Uh-huh.
And now I was with them, except that there was nothing good anymore, just emptiness and darkness and hopelessness. So the only gratification left was just sort of chewing on each other.
Brother.
And my sense was that not only would this go on forever and ever, but that it was going to get worse. I didn't know how it would be worse, but
chewing on each other, that's almost a metaphor for what a lot of people do in life. Chew on each other.
Yeah.
But, is that really I guess, in your case, it's a ticket to hell, but it doesn't seem like it's deserved. I certainly don't know God as you know God, Reverend, but it seems to me that a man who supported his family and was basically good, maybe took a drink, did a little running around. I mean, that just doesn't seem like it ought to get you a ticket down there.
Well, what I learned later in this experience is that if we have love in us, and I'm not just talking about self-love, but real love for other people,
right?
And give ourselves to other people, that draws us to God. But if the only thing we care about is ourselves...
But you were a family man. You loved your wife, I presume, your children.
Yeah, but
you said you missed them.
Yeah, but the sad thing is, and I'm ashamed of this, and I'm not proud of it, is that like I thought of my wife and my kids as like extensions of my ego. You know, my kids were beautifully behaved in public, like in restaurants,
right?
Because I didn't want them to make me look bad. You know what I mean? And so,
sure,
when my kids did well, it was because they made me look good. And I was glad for that. And if they got out of line, you know, I came down on it really hard.
So you're saying it was you were leading an egocentric life,
right? A totally self-centered.
Huh.
You know, everything was about me. And what I'd learned, you know, as an artist, was I thought that was the way to be. That's, you know, all the great artists are big egomaniacs. You know, nobody ever heard of an artist that, you know, cared about anything but.
You know, sometimes have kind of crazed.
Yeah.
That's the life they lead. So, yes.
And so I just thought that was, you know, growing up, I more and more sort of bought into that idea of like, you know, the world revolves around me and I'm the measure of everything. You know, if you get in my way, I go over you, you know.
Yes, I'm familiar with the philosophy, believe me.
Yeah.
I for example, I have the philosophy that I live and let live. I really feel that, and I don't ever go intentionally after other people. But if they come after me, I have no hesitation whatsoever in taking the war to them. If you follow me, and I guess you do, because that's the way you were too.
Yeah. But there's a whole other world out there where that type of person goes. But all the good things that we enjoy in this world aren't there, because I didn't realize it, but they're all gifts. You know?
Huh. All right, we are at a break point, Reverend, and it's just as well, because I need a break for a second listening to this. And I suspect a lot of people out there do, too, as you reflect on what he just said about who he was and who we all are. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. Once again, back to the Reverend Howard Storm. Reverend, welcome back. Okay, so here you are, all curled up like a ball in the middle of nothingness. That you hadn't quite, you certainly had not computed in your head yet was hell. Or maybe it wasn't hell. Yet.
I don't know. I think there's a lot of levels to hell. I think there's a, you know, almost unlimited variety of hellish experiences that people might have when they die, and this was just my hell.
Yours.
Yeah.
Bad enough. For me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyway, please continue.
And this is really hard to explain or understand, but I feel like I was there for an eternity. I don't know how long I was in that situation all alone, thinking about my life, but there was no sense of any limit to it. It just seemed like an extremely long time without any measure whatsoever. And feeling so sorry for myself and hopeless and desperately trying to find a way out of it, and there was no way out. I recalled in my memory myself as a child in a Sunday school classroom singing "Jesus Loves Me." And I felt what I was feeling what I had felt as a child, this sense that there was something very good and beautiful, powerful out there in the world somewhere that cared about me. and I very much wanted something above and beyond myself to care about me. So, not knowing if this was just a childhood fantasy or not, I yelled out into the darkness, "Jesus, please save me," with no, I had no sense of whether anyone would hear that or if there was such a thing or person or at all, just in the desperate hope that that might be true. And when I did that, a tiny little, what appeared to be a star, began to shine in that darkness and very rapidly got bigger and brighter and came to me. And as its illumination shined on me, I could see that I looked like roadkill. I was just gore and ripped and filth. And I felt hands come out of this light and touch me, and all of the wounds and the filth on me just began to disappear. And more importantly, inside of me, all of the pain, all of the despair went away, and I was filled with ecstasy that I can't begin to describe.
Mm-hmm.
And the hands reached under me and picked me up, and I was embraced in this impossibly brilliant white light by what felt like a person. And he was stroking my back very gently, like a mother or a father would with a child. And I began to cry, and that was significant for me because in my adult life I'd only cried like maybe 2 or 3 times, because I, grew up in a generation where real men don't cry.
Mm-hmm. And
so I was sort of crying all the tears that I had held in all of my life. And we began to rise up out of that darkness. And I think we were going faster and faster. And I was trying to get my composure together enough. I was trying to stop crying enough to see where we were going. And I looked out and I saw that way off in the distance there was a focal point or concentration of more light, and we were moving towards that, and there was all this activity around it, coming and going, and we were moving towards that. And as we moved towards it, I suddenly had the realization that that was like God or heaven or something. And I felt, and I thought to myself, I'm such a piece of garbage. They've made a terrible mistake. I don't belong here. And with that, we stopped. And for the first time, this person, whom I refer to as Jesus, spoke to me. And he said, "We don't make mistakes. You do belong here." And then we began to converse, and I immediately realized that he could hear everything that I thought. And then he would project his voice into my head. And I wasn't hearing him through my ears. I was just hearing him speak into my mind.
Right.
And he was trying to put me at ease, and he said he had friends that he wanted me to meet, so he called out with musical tones, and about 7 people, or beings of light, these brilliant white light people came and were hanging in space, and they hovered or hung around us. And then they tried to put me at ease, and one of the things they said to me was, "Do you want to see us in our human form?" And I said, "I hate people." When I say I said, I actually never said anything. I just, what I thought. I thought, I hate people. I never want to see people again. And I said, "Why would I want to see people?
Mm-hmm.
You're like so much more beautiful than people. I mean, like, And they said, "That's okay. Whatever. Fine." And after one of the funny things that happened was I realized that at this point I wasn't wearing any clothes.
Oh.
And I was trying to cover myself with my hands. And they were amused at that. And they said, don't worry about it. We've seen it before. It's no big deal. You know. You can relax, you know. And they said that they wanted to show me my life. And so that was fun because, hey, it's going to be about me, you know, like this is great. You know, I'm getting all this attention, you know.
Yes.
And so we started off and we were watching little scenes. And these were sort of like they were projecting from their memory or record of my life, these scenes of my life, starting off as a baby. And, you know, I see my mother and father playing with me, and it just was like, to see my parents young and happy, you know, and playing with me as a baby was just so beautiful. And I saw myself growing up and swimming at the beach and, you know, and playing ball, you know, out in the street in the neighborhood, and everything's like delightful and wonderful. And then I see, as my life's going on, things beginning to sort of deteriorate, you know, and there's family fights, and I'm sort of hiding in my room because I don't want to get, you know, clobbered, you know, because of what's going on in the household. And pulling back emotionally from my family and the world as a sort of defense mechanism, and then I'm skipping over. I'm not going to tell you the whole story of my life, but as I see God gives me the gift of a woman who falls in love with me, who I fall in love with, and I was more interested in the lust part than the love part. And we got married, and we had children, and I see myself just pulling back from people emotionally. I don't want to be involved with people, because you're involved with people, you're going to have pain. You're going to get hurt, you know? And so I'm becoming more and more hard-hearted and manipulative of other people. Where basically, like, everybody else are like chess pieces that I have to kind of maneuver around or through to make my way. But I'm not interested in their feelings. You know, I'm not interested in them as people. They're just things that you have to deal with all the time. You know, and some of them are pleasurable things to deal with, and some of them are very disagreeable. And so I just try and adopt this persona of being the biggest, baddest bear in the woods. You know. That way I will get my way, you know, being kind of like a little mini tyrant in my little world. And it's very painful to see all this in this company, because they were sharing with me their feelings of extreme disappointment, because what they were interested in as we watched my life was where I had been kind, loving, compassionate. One of the scenes that...
So you felt their disappointment, not judgment, or were you feeling judgment, or were you judging yourself?
More of me judging myself, because they were sharing with me that I was completely failing what I had been created for and what they had expected of me.
Well, that doesn't sound so good.
You know, like, for example, my father and I, as I became an adult, our relationship went from bad to worse to the point where we no longer even had a relationship. And I'd always thought all my life that my father had been a big jerk, and I'd been the victim of a really lousy father. But what I saw in this whole experience was that I had contributed to the failure in our relationship.
Sure.
I had gone out of my way to antagonize him and to be unsympathetic to him, you know. So I had to take some responsibility for the failure of that relationship.
But see, you're not describing anything so bad at all that almost everybody can't in some way or another identify with what you're saying right now with respect to their life.
Yeah, and I think by the standards of our culture, what we call good isn't good enough. It's not what we were created for and what God expects of us. God expects a whole lot more than what we're giving back to God. And at several points I said, okay, that's enough. I don't want to see any more of this. Like, I get it.
Yeah.
I said, no, you got to watch this. And one of the things that happened that was funny was every time we'd go close to a period of my life where I had won a prize or an honor or a promotion, or some kind of
something
achievement,
good. Yes.
They would like skip it. I'd say, hey, wait a minute, you just missed. You just skipped over something. This was like really big.
Plus point over there and going right past it.
Yeah, and they'd say, no, that was nothing. Watch this. And they'd show a scene of me blowing off a student who had come to see me, for some sympathetic advice, and I was just like, I'm thinking in my head while the student's like whining on about their, sad little love life. I'm thinking, oh man, they don't pay me enough to listen to this garbage all day long,
Yes, I'm with you.
And what they had hoped I would have done was to have cared about that person, given them a little time and attention. Not that my job wasn't to fix them, but to simply, be there for them, to care about them, be compassionate. So
right.
It was my life review as it progressed was increasingly a disaster, and I'm like really embarrassed and ashamed. And the only good part of it is that I knew that the company that I was in, Jesus and the angels, were that they loved me, in spite of the fact that they knew everything about me. They knew all my dirty little secrets and all of the rotten things I've done in the world, and they still loved me. Although I can really say that they hated things that I did, they still loved me as a person. Just as I love my kids, no matter what they do, even if they make me really angry or displeased with them, I still love them.
Right.
And I knew that I was loved, even though...
In that same sense.
Yeah.
Yes.
So when it was over, I was like really relieved. And it was like, boy, I never want to do that again. Whatever you do, don't show me my life.
I'm not looking forward to it myself.
Yeah.
I mean, there are things that I know that I'm not going to want to review.
Yeah. And they said, "Do you have any questions?" And I went like, "Questions?" I said, "I got about 1 million questions." And they said, "Go ahead, ask anything you want." So I had the most wonderful experience of asking questions, and they would answer everything I asked, and they were very kind teachers, because the things that I asked, they would try and explain it in a way that I could understand. And of course,
the audience is obviously going to want to know what you did ask and what kind of responses you got. Anything that we should know?
Well, I mean, there's such a range of things I could just, go on for days about this, but I could give you a sample of some.
Please do, yes.
In terms of like a personal question, I said, why did God make me a person who was never satisfied with like what I was told? I was always like trying to find out more and more and more.
Good question.
Why did God make me a person who just wondered about everything all the time and was never seemed to be able to just accept things like other people could just accept it? I couldn't accept it.
Right. Really good question.
And they said that was a really special gift from God. The only problem was that I had misused the gift, because the purpose of having that kind of a mind was to be able to discover the truth. And they said whenever I found the truth, I would just like, well, that's not it, and I'd keep going. So instead of seeking the truth and finding the truth, I turned seeking into its own end. I was just always questioning and never receiving the answer, even when it was given to me.
Right.
So it was like nothing ever satisfied me or made me happy. It's like, my wife loves me. Does she really love me? I don't know if she loves me. Why does she love me? Why would she love me? It's like, she doesn't love me. How could she love me? You know what I mean?
Sure.
When the fact was, she did love me, and it stuck by me for 20 years, and is like obvious to everybody in the world except to me. That sort of thing. So I asked them. This was in 1985, and one of the things that I'd grown up with was the the very real possibility of a nuclear war that would annihilate the whole planet.
Yes.
And so I said, is there going to be a nuclear war? And they said, absolutely not. And I said, well, why not? And they said, God's not going to allow it. And I said to them, I said, you guys don't get it. There's like 40,000 nuclear weapons.
You really you said that to them?
Yeah. Well, I was really comfortable with it. I mean, these people were good. You know, these are really...
Huh.
And I said, there's 40,000 weapons poised and ready to go. And even if no one actually planned a nuclear war, it's just inevitable that somebody's going to accidentally set something off, and then there's going to be a nuclear exchange, and the whole Earth's going to be annihilated. And I said, it's not going to happen. God's not going to allow it. And I said, so is God going to take God's hand and just, like, stop the missiles when they're launched? And I said, if that's what it's going to take, God will do it. And they said, the planet doesn't belong to people. I said, the planet and all that's in it belongs to God, and God cares about all the creatures in the world, not just people, and God's not going to allow human beings to destroy the earth. And I was like, oh, okay, you know.
Good answer again, if true. Reverend, hold on, we're at the bottom of the hour. Oh, this is really getting good. So he actually had the opportunity to ask questions, and one of them was about nuclear war. We will continue with all of this in a moment. My guest is the Reverend Howard Storm. He's in Kentucky right now and has a church in Norwood, Ohio. We'll be right back. Really interesting watching the reactions on the Fast Blast to the Reverend Storm. There's every range you can imagine, from thank you to I've always wondered to it worries me to boy am I angry, this is just a religious advertisement, to you name it, the entire range of spectrum of reaction you might get to a story like this. And I've never had one told on the air like this. No story like this, certainly. And so it's kind of interesting to observe the reaction out there. It ranges from joy to, I guess, just passionate interest to anger. He's written a book called My Descent into Death and the Message of Love, Which Brought Me Back. And I just went myself to Amazon.com, and it received a 5-star review. You know, they take an average of all the customer reviews who have read the book, and it's got a full 5-star review on Amazon.com. Anyway, that is the title of his book. He wouldn't tell you, I will. My Descent into Death and the Message of Love, Which Brought Me Back. Check it out yourself on Amazon. We'll be right back. Somebody comments he's giving us a lot more detail than he was able to do on Oprah. He was on Oprah, I guess, and of course he is. This is radio, not television. You're able to get into a lot more detail. Reverend, welcome back. So you were allowed to ask questions. That has got to be one of the most unusual opportunities a human has ever had. Nuclear war would not be allowed. Anything else?
Let's see. Like I said, I think I asked thousands of questions. I asked them, what's going to happen in the United States? And they said that this country had been given more than any other nation in the history of the world, and that this was a gift from God, and that God expected us to do a lot with this gift, and we were not doing it. And God was very displeased with America, and that what God was expecting America to do was to be the moral leader of the world, a place where educators, engineers, scientists, teachers would stream out of this country and bring the rest of the world up to the kind of standards that we enjoy, and instead we were more or less exploiting the rest of the world for our own.
Gee, the last time God got disappointed in a specific area, there was Pompeii.
Yeah. And so I said, what's going to happen? They said, unless America changes its ways, America is going to lose all that it's been given. And I said, well, how? And they said, economically, that our economic system would fail and we would sink into chaos, and that the rest of the world would turn their backs on us, because although we are greatly admired by the rest of the world for our prosperity and our wealth, that we're deeply resented because the rest of the world knows that we are basically taking advantage of our position of power in this world. And that God wants the United States to be a force for good in the world instead of just...
So as your individual ego was demonstrated to you, really that was sort of answering that the national ego is as much a problem.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That's right. And I asked them questions about religion, like, for example, I said, which is the best religion?
Huh.
And I was expecting them to say, Presbyterian or Methodist or Catholic or something.
Yeah. Well, I would be interested in the answer.
And the answer was the one that brings you closest to God. That's exactly what they said. And I said, well, which is the one that brings you closest to God then?
Yes.
And they said, it depends on the culture and the tradition that the person was raised in, would be the one. And I said, well, are religions all the same then? And they said, no. They said there's good religions that have good and bad people in them, and there's bad religions with good and bad people in them, and it really doesn't have to do with religion. It's about what a person does with it.
Mm-hmm.
So you can have a perfectly awful religion and have a really good person doing good in it, and you can conversely have a really fine religion and people tearing it down.
Mm-hmm.
And that has been my experience since then, that religions are not inherently good or bad. It's what the individual does with it that makes it either worthwhile or a detriment to, human progress in respect to love. I asked them about what happens to people when they die, and they said that when a good person dies, that God sends angels and or emissaries, and the emissaries might be loved ones that have preceded them, like, for example, your grandmother or a parent or brother or sister or something.
Right.
To meet that person.
Very common in NDE stories.
Yeah, and that they would then escort that person towards heaven. And as they progressed towards heaven, people would become transformed, and all of the worries and doubts and places where they were deficient in life would be changed, and they would become in time fully loving people, the children of God, and that eventually that they would meet Jesus, and they would in time be presented to God. And I said, and if not, and they said, well, what happens otherwise. And I said, well, what determines whether a person goes to heaven or not? And they said, well, if a person is loving and has been loving in their life, they will go to God, and if they haven't been loving, they'll go away from God. And that there's not an alternative to those two choices. You're either moving towards God or away from God, and there's nothing in between. And the journey to God doesn't necessarily happen very quickly. In the case of Mother Teresa, she would be on the express route,
Yes.
The non-stop train to God.
Yes.
Someone like me, I'd be on the milk train, making all the local stops while I became a better person in the process.
Okay. So what an incredible opportunity to be able to ask all of these questions. I don't suppose you posed one about Buddhists and others who have faith but not in the God that you're talking about right now, who had Jesus on earth, and all the rest of that.
No, I didn't. I wish I'm going to get to have this experience again sometime when I leave this world. But
you may not be able to come back and tell us about it, though.
Right. But at the time, I had no religious background. I'd never read the Bible or anything.
Gotcha.
I didn't go to church, and so
Gotcha.
I didn't ask really good questions. They were real kind of dumb, but that's where I was at that time. The outcome of all this is that I finally said to him, I said, okay, I'm ready to go to heaven. I want to go to heaven. Can I go to heaven now?
Enough.
And they said, no, you're going back to the world.
To the world.
So we had a huge argument. And I was trying to convince them that it was in my best interest that I go to heaven, and they were trying to convince me that that just wasn't going to happen, and I had to come back to the world. And like, for example, I said to them, if you send me back into the world, I'm going to make lots of mistakes, and then I'll end up right back where I was. And what would be the point of all this if I'm going to go back into the world and be a perfect human being? I said, if you send me back, am I going to be perfect? And they said, no. And I said, so I'm going to make all these mistakes all over again? And they said, yes, we know you're going to make mistakes. That's the nature of human beings. They make lots of mistakes. And I said, this time try and learn from your mistakes instead of just repeating them over and over and over again and just keeping doing the same. They said,
same thing.
Yeah, they said they can be learning experiences, and you could actually become a better person by learning from your mistakes. And I said, don't worry about my mistakes, that if I took my mistakes to God and confessed my mistakes, that God would forgive me, and that would be the end of them. They wouldn't be held against me. I said that to them. I said, you can't send me back to the world because the world is a horrible, cruel, ugly place full of evil people, and just, why would you send me back there? And they said, well, there is that element in the world, but the world is also full of beauty and goodness and love and really fine people. And I said, well, that wasn't my experience. And they said, well, that's right. That wasn't your experience, because that's what you are on the inside will attract the experience of life around you, so that if you're loving on the inside, you'll attract loving people to you. And if you look for beauty, you'll find beauty. But if you are cruel on the inside, you're going to find cruelty. And if you're looking for ugliness, you'll certainly find ugliness in the world. And so everything that I brought up, they defeated. My final really big argument was, I said, you can't send me back to the world because I'll die in the world of a broken heart. Because I said to them, nobody's ever known me or loved me or cared about me the way that you do. And I can't live without this. And they said, haven't you learned, they said to me, haven't you learned anything? Don't you know that we've always been with you, that we've always been around you and known you and cared about you, and we always will be with you? And I said, well, I never saw you before. I never talked to you before. I never knew you were there. How will I know you back in the world? Will I be able to see you? Will I be able to talk to you? And they said, no. I said, well, then, when I get back there, how long is it going to be before I think you're not with me? And I'll feel alone like I did before. They said, well, if you pray, sometimes you might just know in your heart that we're with you. And that sometimes, not when you want it, but when we feel like you need it, we'll let you know that we're around. And I said to them, do you promise that? And I said, yes. And I said, each of you promise me that you will be with me and let me know that you're with me. And so they did. And I said, I can go back if you'll be with me forever. And they said, we are. And then I was back.
And when you were back, what was your circumstance?
I was like a fish out of water, gasping for air. And the pain that I had been in earlier was, I was returned right back to that same messed up body. And I was gasping for breath. And immediately, the nurse who'd been in the room a little bit earlier came back into the room and said, a doctor has arrived at the hospital, and we're going to take you to surgery. And they evicted my wife from the room, and they prepared me for surgery. And as I passed her on the gurney on the way to surgery, I looked at her and I said, everything's going to be good from now on. And she just cried more because she thought, this is like some, brave words. She didn't realize that I really meant that.
Right.
And when I was in the recovery area after the surgery, this was now on Sunday morning, she came and saw me, and she said, Howard, and I said, it's all love. And she said, I love you. And I said, I know you love me, but I said, it's all love. And she said, well, there's people that love you. And I said, I know there's people that love me, but you don't understand. It's about love. That's what it's all about.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, oh, that's nice, dear. And I said, it's huge. I said, it's bigger than the whole ocean, and you've got to go into the ocean to experience the love. And she said, you need to get some rest, dear. And I realized that this was going to be very difficult trying to explain this to anyone.
Indeed.
And so from that day on, I tried to tell her what had happened to me. And she had a great deal of difficulty at first, for about a year or two, believing me. But now I think she does believe me.
So you proceeded, obviously, to change your life. You became ordained, and I take it by then she knew you were pretty serious.
Yeah, but this was a long process. I mean, I went through a
Sure.
while of being a religious fanatic and managed to drive everybody away from me and off religion. I probably did more damage, during my fanatical period than many people do in a lifetime. Trying to convert people, which doesn't work.
Reverend, I'm kind of curious, and I have to ask for the audience, how do you know that all of this wasn't just a tortured dream from somebody who had passed out in a terrible, painful, physical condition? What makes you know that it was real?
Right. Immediately upon gaining consciousness, that was the first thing that I began to think about.
Sure.
And I knew that something had happened to me that was really, really important, and I needed to pay attention to it. But the problem was that I knew that if I were to accept what I had experienced, I was going to have to totally change my entire life, which I really didn't want to do because I'd spent 38 years working very hard to create a life, and now it's like it was all in jeopardy. That seemed like a really bad idea. Why change everything?
Right.
But on the other hand,
unless I'm absolutely sure this was real.
But on the other hand, the angels and Jesus did reappear to me after the experience, and they did things that saved my life afterwards, and it became basically impossible for me, because they were intervening in my life in miraculous ways,
to do anything else.
Because it's like, I can't deny it.
Well, that would do it all right. I suppose otherwise you might eventually talk yourself into the fact that it had been just a bad dream of some sort, and revert to the easier way of living here on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
But you say they came again.
Yeah.
That would do it. That would do it. And so, in a long process, then you entered the you entered a seminary, I guess.
Well,
right?
first I discovered church and was in church for a while and thought that church was made up of a bunch of fumbling, ordinary human beings, but they were pursuing something really worthwhile, and over a period of years decided I really wanted to be a part of that.
Well, what? And then you wrote a book about it.
Yeah, last year a publisher from England called me out of the clear blue sky and asked me to write a book, so I did. It was kind of fun.
What an incredible story. Absolutely an astounding story. And I've never heard anybody tell one like it. I want to thank you for being here tonight. And I'm probably going to sit and talk to my audience about this now and see what they have to say. But it's a remarkable story. And by the way, again, you know your book got 5 stars at Amazon.com.
Oh, that's great. I didn't know that.
Oh, well, I just took a look myself. It's very well reviewed, Reverend. So, listen, thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for telling the story. And as I told you, I'm getting reactions on the computer, wild reactions in every direction. I imagine we're going to get that on the phone, too. So, bless you, and thank you for being here tonight, sir.
Thank you, Arthur. It was a real pleasure talking with you.
Good night. You know, I just got an email from somebody. Let me roll back here and read it. It says, the Reverend Howard Storm. The bottom line to Storm's mumbo-jumbo is that there's no proof. The scientific method cannot be used on this because there are no facts to it. When proof is shown, then these nuts, he underlines, can put some weight behind their words. That's from Frank. Well, Frank, yes, you're right. There's no proof. And that actually applies to most things that we talk about here. It's simply hoisted up for your consideration. You listen to the man's story, listen to what he has to say, and you can dismiss it. And I can understand that for you it may be very comfortable and pleasing for you to do so, and I have no problem with you doing that. We just sort of allow these people to have their say. When I find an interesting story, I put it on the air, and you can do with it as you wish, you know, totally dismiss it as mumbo-jumbo, I think your words were, or you can consider it and sort of put it in a file, a gray area, I think Stanton Friedman would say, gray box, or you can embrace it, or you can dismiss it. You can do anything you want with it. It's just a story, I thought, told in a very credible way, and that's it. And that's what a lot of things boil down to. There's very little absolute proof for a lot of what we talk about. It will always be so. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art Bell. Thanks
Hi.
for taking my call.
You bet. Where are you?
This is Tawasi. I'm calling from Morrison, Colorado.
Yes, Tawasi.
I'm calling in with a comment and a question.
Okay.
My comment is that the story that Reverend
Storm
told
yes.
was very similar to that story that you replayed of the young lady who had an NDE herself.
Yes, it's as though she got to look into a couple of areas that he might have described.
Right, only he was more like victimized.
That's right.
My question, though, is this. You, I know, have invested in renewable energy, and I was curious, with the scaling back of funding for renewable energy, if you felt like it was a worthwhile investment for yourself, because George W. thinks that oil and nukes will be a better solution for us.
Yeah. Well, I don't care what he thinks. I've already made my decision with my money. So.
And you think it's a good decision then, renewable energy?
Yes. Yes, I think it's a good decision.
You know,
for me personally and for us as a nation.
I'm so glad to hear that, because the public outcry on this has been amazingly small.
I know.
And it's really disturbing to me as a parent, because I have a child that's going to go into in the next however many decades, and she's going to have to breathe this bunk that they're producing with their fossil fuels.
That's right.
Those oil barons are really, I've had it up to here with them, and that's pretty high.
I hear you, sir. I'm with you all the way, and all I can say is I took a lot of money, more than I should have, and just did it. That's all. I don't know. I can't really, except for what I say, perhaps in some small way influence what people think.
Well, I would really appreciate it if you would have a show about alternative energy.
We had one. You missed it.
Oh, was it recently?
Very recently, yes.
Oh, my goodness.
So,
who's the guest?
Harvey Wasserman was the guest.
All right.
From Greenpeace.
Greenpeace.
Yep.
I know there's a magazine out there, Home Power Magazine.
That's right.
And I've heard the head editor, speak on a number of public radio.
Well, he might be. I'd be glad to have him on. If somebody wants to put me in touch with him, I'll have him on.
I'll see if I can get you his address.
All right. Thank you. I'm a big advocate. And all you can do is, if you believe in something strongly enough, you take individual action. You know, and despite what people think, I don't make a great deal of money doing what I'm doing. I have intentionally not sought it out. I've gone for other things, and so I took a substantial amount of money, more than I should have, and more than, no doubt, will be returned to me for a significant amount of time, and did it because I do believe in it. Solar power and wind power are absolutely real. There are only two alternatives, but they're absolutely real. They work. I've got it here. I know. So I have a sort of a dual-track thought about the whole thing, and one is I realize that in the short term we must have oil, we must have coal. We may even be forced to drill in Anwar. A conversion of a nation's energy supply is not going to be an immediate thing. So we've got to continue to have to meet our demands in the short term. What bothers me is that in the long term, we have decided to put our head in the sand. And we've cut the funding for alternative fuel research in half. Now, that's just plain nutsoid, as far as I'm concerned. Absolutely nutty. But it's what's going on. Wildcard line, you're on. Whoops, would have been. Make it the first-time caller line. You're on the air. Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Yes, turn your radio off, please.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Yes, this is Sam.
Sam?
And I listened to your program, and I think, Reverend was telling the truth,
So do I. But, I mean, that's just, as the caller, or as the emailer said, it's, a lot of people will do what that emailer did, and they say, baloney, there's no proof, end of story. Well, okay.
I had experience like that also, and I had, like PCO2 was my PCO2, I almost died, and PCO2 was high, and pH was down, and oxygen was low, and I had experience like that, and I had same experience, and I was told that there will be like a big comet will be coming in year 2004. Around August 2004, there will be a comet coming to the Earth, and it will damage the oil fields, So I agree with you. There should be alternative energy. The comet will be coming to the Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. And,
well, that would cause lots of trouble.
Right. It will be coming right at the Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and Iran and Iraq. And so I really believe that...
that would solve and cause several problems at the same time.
Right. So all the oil field will be gone. So we really need the alternative source of energy.
All right. I appreciate your call, sir. Yes, if a comet were to hit that entire area, wipe it all out, it would at the same time cure some problems, but create monstrous problems. 2004. That would be very poor timing. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Hello.
This is Jeff. I'm somewhere near Frankfort, Kentucky right now.
On a cell phone.
On a cell phone, yes. I apologize. I'm a truck driver.
I understand. That's all right. Go ahead.
I know you don't like people asking how you doing, so I'll just say I hope you're having a good morning.
Thank you.
I haven't caught any of the previous calls, but I have kind of a dream story that does end in that. Well, you know how you have the falling dream.
Oh yes, falling dreams. Yes, of course.
Yeah, you always wake up right before you hit.
Right.
Well,
you hit. You hit, right?
Yes, yes. You had a caller say before that he was in like third person, watching himself just take a gun to his head.
Yes.
Well, this was first person, and not only did I hit, I bounced about 10 feet in the air and landed again. And on the second landing, I finally woke up.
No
that
kidding.
was an interesting experience.
Oh, that is interesting, yes. You bounced like Wile E. Coyote.
Well, he kind of hit them flattened, but yeah, I just kind of bounced. I mean, it was as realistic as day is, long. But whenever I woke up, I was sweating and out of breath and knew for sure that I was dead.
Yeah, I can imagine, sir. I really appreciate the call. Thank you. Bounced. Now, that's the first I've ever heard of that. In every falling dream I've ever had, I've always gone like that and been awake. And, of course, never fell all the way. Just the sensation of the falling was enough to bring me back awake. But there's somebody who not only hit, but bounced. That's definitely a new one. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Dave from Las Vegas.
Yes, Dave.
Listen, talking about chemtrails a little bit. I was watching the local news the other day, and you know how they show the state of Nevada and the Doppler radar.
Yes.
And the bottom probably quarter of the state was green, was getting a green radar echo.
Yes.
I looked out the window, and of course the sun's shining bright. And the weather forecaster kind of chuckled. She said, well, it's not raining outside. She said, that's Nellis Air Force Base.
Doing something.
Chaff.
Chaff, really?
Yeah. Chaff. She said so that they can test their airplanes without anybody else knowing it.
I see.
I thought that was something. I've never heard of that before.
Do you think that was a guess on her part?
Well, I don't know. She sure made it sound official. But I don't know if that's what she was told officially or not. But it was just a bright green, just like it was a thunderstorm.
You gotta say something, right? If it's bright green, that means it should be pouring out there.
Yeah. I had never heard that before, and I asked a friend of mine. They said, well, they used chaff in what, World War II or so?
Well, we still use chaff.
We still do.
We do. But that's an interesting explanation. What channel was that on?
Channel 8.
Channel 8, huh?
Yeah. So I just thought I'd let you know.
Okay, thank you very much and take care. Interesting. We'll be right back. All right, back we go to all of you out there. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
I'd rather not be on the radio.
Okay, well then I've got to go. See you later. The only reason you would call here is to be on the air. And if you don't want to be on the air, then I've got to take you off immediately, because that's the first line that I say. Hi, you're on the air. So if after that you say, I don't want to be on the air, then actually you're going to immediately be off. A wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Let me turn my radio down.
Thank you.
Yes, Art.
Yes.
I've talked to you about 6 times on the air and off in the last month and a half. And I wanted to point it out. I want to thank you. Earthlink Mindspring gave me the discount that you had over a year ago.
Did they really?
You know why?
Why?
Because they recognize the value of your commercial. So I want to give them one now.
They're a good...
This is B.O.B. listening to KSCO, 1080 AM on the West Coast.
Yes, sir.
And I want you to have this presentation, if you like, Earthlink Mindspring. I've talked to, besides you, several other professional friends in the computer field who say that's the best medium for research as a server, ISP, however you call it. And I now have a permanent account, automatically deducted Visa every month as of the 17th of last month, thanks to you.
Well, thank you very much for the commercial. I've been using them since, about a year and a half? 2 years now? I've been on Mindspring and very satisfied with their service. And they are everything that I advertised them to be when I advertised them. Would love to be advertising them again. I mean, they were absolutely everything that they were cracked up to be, and I'm still using them. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Art. How you doing today?
Okay, sir.
This is Ed from Moses Lake, Washington.
Yes, Ed.
Hey, I got a request. Diane Stein.
Who?
My wife has been studying the Reiki arts, and I was wondering.
You're confusing me. I'm sorry. You said Diane Stein?
Yes. I thought that you might have had her as a host in the past.
A host?
I mean, a guest in the past. I'm sorry.
No, not that I'm aware of.
I was just wondering, maybe you might have her as a guest.
Who is she?
She's in the Reiki healing arts.
Okay.
And I was just curious, maybe you might have her in the past.
You get information. No, I haven't had her in the past, as I just told you. You get me information if you would like me to have her on. In fact, I'll say this to all callers now and listeners. If there's somebody that you would like me to have on, if at all possible, don't just say, oh, would you please have on so-and-so. give me some information so I can contact them. Any contact you have, information you have at all, greatly enhances your chances of my getting that person on. Because there's a great deal involved. In fact, people who would like to be on the air should contact me, artbell@mindspring.com. If you're a guest, a potential guest, or you want to have somebody on, do the best you can to get me some contact info. It will really enhance the possibility of that person getting on. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Art.
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
Fine.
Just two catchwords maybe you really want to call. When your guest earlier said it's all about love.
Right.
And it's funny, too, these other people. I also, about 3 months ago, died in a dream. I was living as either a Native American or indigenous person. Real simple living, prairie-like, and we were being attacked. And I was killed by a spear through the stomach.
Ouch.
And it was really strange because I went to a remembered place where you go when you die, and I know I'd been there before. And I wanted to go right back. And they were telling me you don't have to go right back, but I do because of the message. And they said, well, you can't bring the message. You have to leave that here. But in my dream, somehow, I brought it, and it was the exact same thing he said. I was telling these people who were being slaughtered by others that don't worry about it. It's no big thing. It's all about loving each other. None of this matters.
Well, I suspect that's absolutely accurate. It probably, in the end, is all about love. I think that's right.
Yeah.
I believe that's correct.
I also wanted to thank you for Father Martin. I never heard his first one with you.
Yes, he was, I'm not the one to thank for Father Martin, believe me.
Well, you got him on the air.
For interviewing him, sure.
But you might want to rethink, in honor of him, the Antichrist line. Because I remember one of his answers was we all, how did he say it? We all modify each other through any interaction.
Well, I don't know about rethinking the Antichrist line.
It's fun.
I think it's healthy. Very healthy. And you never know, of all the calls you get out there, if just one of them, it only takes one that's real.
This is true. But it's also the same reason we find, our most hilarious jokes are at other people's misfortune because we have to laugh at that because it may happen to us.
Well, that's right. I guess that's why we laugh. It's like, why do you laugh when somebody, especially a loved one, stubs their toe?
Yeah.
And they're screaming and yelping and jumping around the room.
And you start to clap like the Three Stooges for them, and then they really hate you.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Yeah.
That's right. I'm not sure what that's all about psychologically, but it cannot be helped.
Yeah, well, you have to tell jokes when you're at a funeral or you go nuts. Like at a wake type when you're sitting around for hours.
Yes, well, I don't personally believe in funerals. My view is that once the person is gone, that's just their body. They're long gone, and if you're gonna make peace with them or help them out, it's gonna be mentally in your own connection with God.
I think so too.
I appreciate the call, sir. Thank you. And for that reason, I avoid funerals. I always have. I think it's a ritual. I understand it, and I understand that it gives some people comfort, but I'm not one of those people. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, this is Whitney from Washington.
Hello, Whitney.
How you doing, Art?
Okay.
Good. Is my radio off?
I hope so.
Good deal. I turned it off. I got the ring, so I turned it right off. Hey, the caller that was calling in about he said he shot himself in the head in his dream?
Yes.
I had one just like that.
You too?
Yes.
And what happened?
That's why I called in. Well, in my dream, it was a little bit simpler. I was dreaming, but the gun up to my, I'm not even sure if I did that, but I got a gun up to my head, shot myself in the head.
Yep.
In my dream, it just went black, and I woke up. But I could feel.
And everything just went black.
Yeah, but I could feel everything about it.
Huh.
So I wanted to call in and let that guy know he's not the only one.
I appreciate the call, sir. And by the way, speaking of guns and bullets, has anybody heard about the new green bullet? I couldn't, it was on CNN headline news all day long today. It's a new green bullet, kinder to the environment. I'll tell you more about it. This is Coast to Coast AM. Good morning from the heart of the new Old West. That would be Pahrump, Nevada. That's the place I live in, broadcast from. Glad to have you along. In a moment, we'll be right back. Tonight, Dr. Stephen Greer is going to be here, and Dr. Greer is finally actually doing it. He's talked about it for years and years, and he is going to the National Press Club, and in front of the nation's press, he is going to parade a lot of people that he has been unwilling to talk about for a long time. It's a very, very, very serious affair regarding UFOs, retrieval operations. There are going to be military people talking that have never talked before. Tomorrow night, you're going to get a preview of what's to come. And so if you're part of the nation's press, you probably want to be listening tomorrow night and sort of mentally deciding whether you want to be at the press club, whether you think it'll be a worthwhile endeavor to be at the press club. It's going to be quite something, and it's been a lot of years in the coming, and I'm sure you've heard Dr. Greer talk about it many times. Well, May 9th, it happens. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Art.
Yes.
This is Steve in West Hills, California, listening to you on KFI.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was just curious on your wind generator.
Yes.
I was watching the world news tonight, and, we were talking about last night about your book and validation about the weird weather.
Yes.
He was using the expression tonight, wild weather.
Who was?
Dan Rather.
Dan Rather was? Wild weather, huh?
So they're starting to talk about it in the mainstream media,
Yeah,
finally.
I know.
But on your wind generator?
Yes.
What kind of winds will that sustain before, if we start getting these really bad winds, before it would damage it?
Well, it would probably sustain very severe winds. I have two wind generators on 48-foot masts, and they're guyed with aircraft cable, so they're not going anywhere. And the wind generators themselves are meant, when the wind becomes too severe for them, which it does do out here, they automatically tilt backwards so that the wind can't damage them.
Oh, that's good. I was just thinking.
You understand that? In other words, there's a spring arrangement on the entire motor. It's really nothing more than a motor. It's a stator, a generator, and the whole thing tilts backwards. And of course, as it tilts backwards to protect itself, it stops catching as much of the wind. And in severe enough winds, it'll literally tilt 90 degrees.
I see. So I was thinking that the weather might get so bad that things like that might just become useless or just get destroyed, if the wind gets 100 miles an hour.
Well, past some certain point, there are other things to worry about, like your house getting up and leaving.
Yeah, that's true.
But yes, that's the answer to your question. They protect themselves.
And I was going to tell you about, what you need to do about the mad cow thing? You need to do what I'm doing. My consumption of beef has about tripled because I want to eat as much of it as I can now before I can't eat it. And I notice that people in the grocery store,
yes,
if I don't know if you do your shopping, but the people at the meat department in the grocery store are getting a little freaky, I think, because they were bumping us out of the way the other day when we were in there. It was a sale on beef, and my girlfriend just hollered at me something about the prices, like, look at these.
Yes.
And there was this woman came over and almost grabbed the pot roast that she had right out of her hand, and within 10 seconds there must have been 10 people right in that area trying to clean up what was in that
Gee, look
sale.
here, the discount beef counter, it's just got little purple spots. Don't let that bother you.
No, this is real good. This is like $12.
I understand.
Marked down to $3-something.
Yep. No, I was just kidding with you.
Oh, yeah. Well,
all right.
Grab that and throw that in the freezer.
All right. Thank you very much. Discount. Bigger discounts for the yellow spots. I don't know about, just trying to over-beef yourself now in order to prepare for a dearth of beef later. Probably not a real good idea. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. I was wondering, have you made a connection, with the guest tonight about It's All About Love, and then those two gentlemen a few nights ago who were talking about Raw or whatever, but they were saying that the fourth level of being a human was all about love.
Sure. Of course I've made a connection, and there are many people saying exactly the same thing. And you can choose to think that one is valid because it meets your expectations of what spirituality ought to be, and the other is mumbo-jumbo. I guess it depends, you know.
Well, I was thinking when you had, I think it was Terrence McKenna's brother on, was that the gentleman who passed away and his brother came on?
Yes.
And he was saying that he thought during the hippie era, at the very beginning, we were headed in the right direction and it got off track, and that was all about love back then.
That's right.
And I was just, I don't know.
Echoes, huh? From
Yeah,
everywhere.
it all seems to come together in the end, huh?
I couldn't agree more.
All right, I just was wondering.
I wish I could live the standard, but I couldn't agree more. And I think that is ultimately true. It's probably all about love. What else is there? It's all about love. Sure. And so many say it in so many different ways. Some of them, as I said, depending on your belief system, will strike you as mumbo-jumbo. Some will make you angry. Some will make you happy. Some will make you understand. It will just hit you in all kinds of different ways. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Maggie's grandfather, Pretty Good Ed, calling from northern Minnesota.
Welcome.
I have never heard you say anything about any metaphysical experiences you yourself have experienced.
Well, then you haven't been listening long enough.
I know I haven't.
No,
also,
I've had quite a bit to say.
Also, you never mentioned, you did mention about a week ago that you have never piloted a small airplane.
Well, not by myself.
And so I just thought a catalyst I had for metaphysical experience was taking lessons on a small little Cessna airplane.
Yes.
After about 3 hours, when I was capable of doing horizontal figure eights at a 60-degree bank, that night when I was going to sleep, I had memories of astral travel pre-birth, which is very interesting.
Oh, that is interesting. Thank you very much. That is interesting. I've had a yearning to fly all my life, and I have made several attempts. Some of them didn't work out so well. Beginning when I was young, I actually jumped off a building with an umbrella a number of times. You would think one time for that would be enough. But I will tell you this. For a young man, it actually is possible that a well-constructed umbrella you can actually feel it begin to support your weight for kind of a split second before it turns inside out, and then you fall down like Wile E. Coyote. Boom. But I tried that several times with several grades of umbrellas. It was never a satisfactory experience, and I got hurt. Wildcard line would have been on the air. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, I'd like to know about John Edwards.
What would you like to know? Turn your radio off, please.
Okay,
what about John Edwards?
My wife, she passed away a year ago in May 25th.
Yes?
It's almost up. And I watched his show a few times.
On the science fiction channel, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. He talks to the people that passed on.
Yes.
Or they give him messages.
Yes.
And it sounds okay, huh? Have you ever seen the show?
Yes, I've seen it. Look, I'll give you what advice I have, and that is you must use self-discernment. Nobody is going to advise you, least of all me. Am I going to tell you John Edwards is the real thing or not? No, I am not. Nor can I know about anybody else, including the people that come on this program. How can I possibly know and possibly be in a position to advise you on whether it's a real thing? That's something you can only decide for yourself. So I would never, ever endeavor to tell anybody, oh, yes, sir, he's a real one. He's really talking to the people on the other side. I have no idea. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
I'd like to give your viewers, your listeners, some information about an e-zine that I think might be very interesting to them, considering tonight's topic.
Okay.
It's called the Greenstone Review, and it's basically an e-zine that's about what we're meant to do here on Earth, why we have astral travel experiences, lots of other issues that I think apply to your discussion tonight. And I actually sent you an email a while ago, and I didn't give you the address that I should have given you. So if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to give the email address for your listeners so that they can subscribe.
No. I can't let you do that, hon. I'm sorry. We have a rule against that.
Oh, I see.
So,
okay.
If you want to send it to me in email, though, you're welcome to send another email.
Okay, that'd be terrific.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do that. I try to explain this to people whenever it comes up, for obvious reasons, and I know that most of you are absolutely well-intended when it comes to an email address or a web address, but we have been burned a number of times. People giving supposedly benign addresses to hither and yon, and they turn out to bounce into a porno site somewhere, and so we just don't do it. Hope you understand. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, good evening, Howard.
Good evening,
morning. I'd like to make 2 comments, and then I'll hang up, and I'd like to get your reply about them.
Fire away.
The first one is about the Never a Straight Answer organization. And
I'm sorry, what is it?
NASA.
No. Yes.
Isn't that there for Never a Straight Answer?
Yes.
Yeah. And the man who went up and spent $20 million.
Mr. Tito.
Yes. When I look around me of where I'm living, in the city I'm living, and I see that there are homeless shelters that are closing because they can't raise $150,000 in their elderly places and things that feed the poor, and they're closing because they can't even raise $50,000, $75,000.
Yes.
I think that it's an abomination that a person would be, and I think that it relates to the man's story, which will be the second thing I talk about. It's so self-centered, and it's not going anywhere until people start to put the funding back into society.
Well, then you must then think that the space station itself is an abomination.
Totally.
Right? Totally.
Yeah, I think it's.
And you think any probe that we would send to the moon or Mars are abominations?
At this particular point, at the state that the Earth is in and what man has done to the natural resources of the Earth, yes, I think we should be focusing right now on cleaning up the environment.
Oh, I do too. But I think we can do both, and I don't think the space station is an abomination, and I don't think that man's quest to keep pushing the envelope is an abomination. I think it's something that together we can and should do. I just think that NASA should be more responsive to those people that support it, like, us, the taxpayer.
I agree with that, and I do agree that both things could possibly be done, but I don't think man is on the spiritual level, to tell you the truth, to be able to go out into space. Just for the fact that when I look around me,
that's a different argument.
There are things shutting down.
Yeah,
they can't even raise $50,000, and there's people homeless and starving in the street right in front of me. And a man now I'll make the second point because I don't want to take up all the time. I believe that this man experienced exactly what he experienced. Your guest tonight.
Yes.
I believe that he totally experienced that from his background when he called out. And by the way, I've never once heard someone on the air actually say Christ's actual historical name, which in Hebrew was Yeshua.
Right.
Ben.
You know what, though? I don't think it matters.
It does matter.
No, I don't think it matters.
I
don't think it matters. All right. Well, you're right. You won't. I don't think it matters one bit. That's my take on it. You see, I think that if you call out and you're calling out to God and you don't have quite the right name, that you're going to just sink into the depths of hell because you didn't get the name right. That's just something that I personally don't believe about God. It's part of this strict religious dogma that drives me away from it in the first place. If you are in absolute distress and you say, "Oh, God, help me. Please help me," or Buddha, or whatever it is you believe in, then I rather think that you will be helped. And I think that if you don't get the name quite right, or you don't use the perfect biblical version of the name, that is going to prevent you from getting help. If that's the case, then it's not exactly structured as I imagine anyway, which, of course, it might not be. But if it's like that, I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't buy it. International line, you're on the air.
Yeah, g'day, Art. It's Andy from Melbourne, Australia here.
Hello, Andy.
I was just switching gears a little bit from the last call, but something that I've come across on the net about the UFO X-Files internet show that was supposed to be held is going to be cancelled. I was wondering if you'd heard any more about that.
I did hear something about a cancellation.
Apparently their site got hacked, and they were concerned that they won't be able to really run it.
Was it?
Who knows, maybe the Chinese hacked them.
I was going to say, was it the Chinese, do you know?
Well, if that's the case, then the U.S. hackers weren't good enough to get back at them, huh? But the problem...
We have the best hackers in the world. I have confidence in our hackers, and I hope they take after the Chinese and beat their butts.
Well,
I hope they turn their servers into liquid.
Good for you, good for you. There you go. But, I was a little bit concerned about some of the people that might have already paid up, and if it is definitely cancelled. Apparently they're claiming that the whole thing's
I'm afraid. No, I can't give you the official... That's what I heard, too, that they were hacked. But I only heard it in email, so we ought not say it like it's official until we know.
No worries. Okay, then I just thought I'd run it past you anyway.
All right. No, thank you very much. No, I heard the same thing. I obviously can't make an official announcement without more knowledge. A wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning.
Hi. Turn your radio off, please.
I just did.
Thank you. Proceed.
My question for you, Art, is I know you've expressed libertarian views in the past.
Yes.
And my question for you is, if you believe in libertarian views as Harry Brown and so forth, why do you think it's George Bush's? Why should he fund an
attempt to
alternative energy? Yeah. I mean.
Well, hold on, sir. Oh, I never said that I believed everything that Harry Brown believes. Nor have I ever said that I am a pure libertarian. In fact, I've had this discussion with Harry Brown on a number of occasions when he's been on the program. I think there are certain proper roles for government. A pure libertarian just about thinks there shouldn't be any government at all. That's not me. I'm more of a libertarian than I am anything would be defined by the other two political parties. But I think that a proper place for government is the health and welfare of the people that it purports to serve. And allowing us to go down a blind alley using fossil fuels until they're gone, or we have a crisis and or a war, is just plain stupid.
Well,
is that clear?
Well, yes, it is. But my opinion is if alternative energy sources are commercially viable, they should be able to stand on their own. The government shouldn't have to subsidize them.
Oh, I don't think I said anything about subsidizing. I think we were discussing funds for research, weren't we?
Well, the two are pretty much tied together in as much as if alternative energy sources are commercially viable,
yes,
then they'll be able to carry themselves on their own. Now, I know you've set up an alternative energy source. You said you have wind source there.
Wind and solar, yes.
There in Pahrump.
Yes.
But, I've invested, I live in Southern California, and I've considered that as an option myself, but the return is so small compared to the expenditure that I'd have to put out.
Well, I wish the show is ending. What I would suggest is you call and we'll have a more extensive conversation about this on another night, okay? And do me a favor, next time call on a real phone.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm a truck driver.
No, I understand. Just pick a real phone and call me, all right?
Okay, I appreciate it.
Good night, my friend, and all. Ta-ta. Well, all right, here we go. We have talked on this program many, many times about near death. As a matter of fact, I've got my very good friend Daniel Brinkley scheduled to do a show here next week. And he's had some very interesting NDEs. One thing that is not talked about, we'll talk about why that is, are the other ones. The ones that don't have the white light. The ones that don't have the relatives and friends beckoning you on to Heaven's Gate. No, there are negative NDEs, but the thing about them is people don't talk about them. I mean, it's easier to talk about seeing a flying disc than it is to talk about having gone to hell and back. Something you just wouldn't talk about. So you don't hear a lot about it. Here to talk about it tonight, I've got Dr. Jeff Long, who is a physician who specializes in radiation oncology, the use of radiation to treat cancer. He developed the website devoted to NDE at www.nderf.org, and we've got a link to that on the website now. He serves as on the board of directors of the International Association for Near-Death Studies, serves as chairman of the research committee of IANDS, has a special interest in the topic of frightening near-death experiences as a result of his own. And he's coming out of the closet this morning on this one. He's going to share an astonishing and frightening experience that he had. He said maybe you could call the show The Horror and the Hope, Frightening NDE Experiences. And I will serve up this word of hope to you because what you're going to hear is pretty scary. All right? They would like for me to strongly urge all of you to remain tuned in for the duration of the program. In other words, you don't want to miss the message of hope that is the end result of what happened, at least in Dr. Long's case. Then there's Tricia McGill, a licensed clinical psychologist, also holds a Ph.D. in hypnotherapy, and she is very experienced, has talked with scores of NDE experiencers, had a radio show, published many of the experiences on the same website that you can go see through mine now, is in the process of writing a book devoted to NDE with Sandra Rogers, author of Lessons from the Light. And we talked with these two. You may recall, back in August, we discussed drug X and chemical near-death experiences, and so we're going to ask about that too. We've got a lot to talk about with these two. And we have a lady who's going to come on, probably toward the bottom of the hour, named Sarah, who is going to tell you what happened to her. Because she had one of these, hey, I didn't seem to go in the up direction kind of experiences. So all of that directly ahead. Here we go. As I said, you better be buckled in, I think, for this one. Let us say hello to Dr. Jeff Long and Tricia McGill. Hello, you two.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
Hi. What you hear in the background is my computer's coming back up because we just had a momentary power failure here.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get any jolt over there in Las Vegas?
Nope. We've got a little rain, but nothing like what you're running into, it sounds like.
Well, it was just power. Yeah, it's raining, but there was a little power. Actually, I think the desert is not used to rain, and when it rains here, things go wrong.
I agree with that.
Okay. I guess let's go back and cover some old territory. Since we had you two on, and we talked about drug X, which we still are going to call drug X, because we don't want people going and grabbing this drug or trying to get it and trying to have an NDE. You were going to try it.
Yeah, I was.
Did you?
No.
You didn't do it?
I'll tell you why not, Art. Jeff and I looked into it thoroughly and interviewed quite a few people who had tried this particular drug X. And we both decided that it might not be quite as safe as
originally
some people, try to make it sound like it's perfectly safe. So I figured, since I had never touched a drug in my life, that it might be just a bit on the smart, conservative side for me just to stay away from it until we learned quite a bit more about it. And I did run into one gentleman who said that after taking this drug, he went to his freezer and pulled out a frozen chicken and decided he was in love and danced around the room with a frozen chicken. And that's all it took.
He danced
with a frozen chicken, and I didn't have to hear it a whole lot more to know that this wasn't something I thought I was really suited for, you know?
That's a near poultry experience.
It's a foul experience for sure.
Oh, God. All right. So much for that. Although there are people out there claiming that frozen chicken, huh? Mm-hmm. There are people who claim that they are able to achieve an NDE with that drug, yes?
You know, let me address that, Art. I've looked into that as sort of from a physician's perspective, and here's what I've come up with. If you talk to scores of anesthesiologists, and that's a drug X is a type of drug that is used in anesthetic practice, and I'm not going to go any further than that. However, in specifically talking with anesthesiologists that have used drug X hundreds of times, they've absolutely not come up with any patient at any time that describes anything that sounds like an NDE to me, not any particular element of it all.
Well, I can tell you this. I remember having my wisdom teeth taken out, and they gave me sodium pentothal for that. Mm-hmm. You know, the so-called truth drug.
Uh-huh. I had that too.
Did you? And when I was lying there, and they put the needle in my arm, and all of a sudden it was like I was on a different planet. I said, "Wow, what was that?" He said, "Oh, I'm just clearing the needle." He said, "Are you ready?" I said, "Sure." He pushed the needle in, and I went, and that was it. I was gone. I woke up later with all kinds of cotton in my mouth and my wisdom teeth gone. Mm-hmm. But for 1 second, when he just cleared that little needle, it was like somebody whacked me with a brick. I mean, I was in some other dimension somewhere. And he laughed. The doctor laughed. He said, "You like that, huh? Well, wait till you see what this does."
Well, guess what happened to me, Art? I had my wisdom teeth pulled when I was a teenager. And I remember coming out of it, and I heard somebody whimpering. And I thought to myself, how disgusting. I mean, this is probably a grown person, and they can't even handle getting their teeth pulled. That's pretty pathetic. And then as I came to, it was me that was in the fetal position crying.
Yeah.
It was bizarre. I'll never forget that. Here I was really disgusted with whoever it was that was whimpering.
Well, these drugs, even that drug, and I asked the nurse, I said, "Is it really true about sodium pentothal? I mean, is it really the truth drug?" And she said, "Well, actually, yes. I could have asked you anything." Is that true?
Medically speaking, yes, it's actually been used. Its nickname, as you know full well, Art, is truth serum.
Yeah.
It's been used in interrogation and given in doses high enough that people are in sort of an oblivious la-la land state, and they're much more inclined to answer questions truthfully than they would have been if they had full control of their faculties and were resisting answering truthfully. So yes,
our government agencies would never use anything like that, would they? That's all you get anymore. That's all you get anymore is laughs when you ask questions like that. All right. Well, look, nobody talks about it. I've talked to many. Daniel Brinkley was here 2 days ago. Yesterday, actually. Thank you. And he's a big NDE type. I've talked to many people who have had NDEs. White light relatives, come on. There goes the power again. Oh, boy, this could be an interesting night. Anyway, the normal white light folks. Mm-hmm. But there is another side to it that it simply doesn't get talked about. And I easily understand why.
Yeah.
Now, Dr. Long, I understand that you have had one yourself.
Yes, I have, Art.
How long ago?
That would have been approximately 7 years ago. And it's taken me, and interestingly enough, even though the experience happened 7 years ago, and it was the most dramatic, defining moment of my life, and even though I've been through a lot since that time. It's only been in the last few weeks, and we might develop that a little further later, but it's only been within the last few weeks. I've really felt I can come out of the closet, talk about it openly, and really share it with the world what I went through. And I'm not unusual. Less than 10% of people that have had this kind of frightening near-death experience really are able to talk about it. And I feel I've been lucky. I've been with some very loving, open-minded people, and I think that's been very helpful to me to come out of the closet and feel like I can really tell what, believe you me, Art, is a very dramatic, very remarkable story.
For those who document NDEs, how many percentage-wise negative NDEs are documented? Does anybody know versus the positives?
Yeah, you know what's interesting, Art, is that even a few years ago, the NDE researchers believed that only about 1 or 2% of people had, and I don't want to use the term negative, I like to use the term frightening near-death experiences, and we'll get into that a little bit later. But what's very interesting is that as the NDE researchers have opened up their mind and listened to people more and been a little bit more opening and caring about the diversity of experiences that people have, all of a sudden, boom, we've gone from 1 or 2% to about 1 in 7, or something closer to 15% with some more recent investigations. And even now, the researchers that are looking into this issue believe that there's a lot more people out there that aren't talking, and the percentage is probably even higher than that.
Of course there are.
I mean,
and
I've
got a real. Of course it is. More than embarrassing. I've got to be honest with you. If I were to have an NDE negative, I'm not sure I could talk about it. I'm really, honestly, not sure I could talk about it or would talk about it.
Well, Art, you're absolutely right, and that's what essentially all frightening NDE experiencers have run into. First of all, I want to explain a little bit why I call it frightening instead of negative. You know, Art, words are a real problem whenever I talk about NDEs, and let me explain that. When you call an experience, quote, negative, unquote, that implies that it has no value and it cannot be beneficial. But, Art, terrifying NDEs have as great a potential for transforming people's lives as any blissful experiences. But goodness knows, Art, it takes a whole lot of courage to work them through. It's tougher than a blissful experience, believe me.
Well, Danyon talked frequently of his, and one of the things that he always said, and many experiencers say, is that they experience a full life review, that they are made to feel things that they did to people as those people felt them. And that is a frightening prospect, because we are all somewhat less than perfect, me included. And I sure have heard some people in my life, I know it. And if I had to feel what they felt from me, it would be horrifying.
You know, Art, 75% of the people that I have interviewed over the past 20 years have said that, yes, they have had an experience of a complete life review, everything they did right and everything they did wrong, and they even got to feel the pain they caused other people. In other words, they were those people while they were being hurt by the individual who was going through the life review. And that's a fearful prospect right there. And that's probably the worst thing that happens to the majority of people in an NDE. That's the worst right there. When a person dies, they're going to go through a life review. And that's probably the worst aspect of their experience. After that, it's probably going to be good for the majority. And so, the life review is almost like you might say hell.
It's tough to really see all that you've done all your life, all the good and all the darkness. And Art, if you're like me, you really fight real hard to keep people from seeing the dirty deeds you've done. And,
of course.
And it's natural. It's human nature. And yet all that's torn away during the life review of an NDE. Everything you've done in complete honesty and openness is shown to you, as well as its effect on others, just like Danyon's going to talk about.
Well, that's terrifying.
That is scary. See, there are no secrets in the afterlife. Everybody can look at you and tell exactly where you're at as far as your spiritual growth. Kind of a frightening prospect.
It is, but I think the only upside to it is, I'm sure there are monks on mountains in wherever Tibet, Pakistan, whatever, who probably have, for the most part, a pretty pure life or a fairly pure life. But for the rest of us, the only comfort is that I think most of us have secrets and things that we have done that we are ashamed of and blah, blah, blah. So in other words, we have a lot of company.
Right.
Oh, Art, that has been the whole life experience since I had my frightening NDE, was coming to grips with that and coming to grips with the issues that I had to face. And that was part of the process that changed a frightening NDE that I had all those years ago into something that's been massively life-changing and massively positive in my life to the current time. And I might add, it's interesting you mentioned about monks on a mountain. I think an interesting point to be made is that in all of the world's religious traditions, saints have almost always reported terrifying experiences that really, after all, Art, did not keep them from being holy people. I mean, these frightening experiences happen to the good and the not so good, and that's one of the real points.
That doesn't make sense. Unless NDEs don't make sense because they are not what we hope they are.
I think I'm going to deal with that right off the bat. Let me tell you about a person I talked to, a doctor, a physician, internal medicine, a Dr. Barbara Romer, who's going to have a book out in June, who has studied frightening NDEs and has the interesting way of looking at them, of calling them less than positive, or LTP. Isn't that an interesting thing? And I think there's probably a lot of validity to that too. But
New Age political correctness, if you ask me.
Well, I think it's scientifically, as someone who's hoping to do a lot of good research on NDE, from having spent hours talking with Barbara, I would have to say I believe that Barbara is absolutely accurate in coming up with that term, because there is a lot of that. And Barbara has studied over 300 people that have had NDEs, and a substantial number of them had frightening, or she would describe it, less than positive NDEs. Mm-hmm. And I was talking to her just very recently, and she indicated that, to the best of her ability to medically discern, there was absolutely no difference between the groups that had frightening NDEs and the groups that had positive NDEs, not in terms of any psychological, mental, spiritual, emotional, anything across the board.
Yeah, but that puts a giant question mark right across the whole spectrum then of NDEs in my mind. Listen, we'll hash this one out. We've got somebody standing by, and I want to be able to get her story on. Her name is Sarah, and I'd like to bring her up, and then we'll come back to where we just were. How's that?
Excellent.
Good. All right, we'll break here at the bottom of the hour, and when we come back, Sarah will be here. Sarah had I don't know what to call it, horrifying, frightening, negative, less than productive NDE. So we'll get Sarah, and we'll listen to Sarah's story, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about the whole subject of NDEs. If anybody can have anything, then what does that mean? I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. That would be me. Good morning, everybody. It's going to be a strange one, and I give you a warning. Some of what you're going to hear is going to scare the hell out of you. So if you don't want to be scared, you might want to tune out. If you're willing to be scared and wait, you might find hope, light, as it were, at the end of the tunnel. That long, narrowing tunnel. So stay tuned if that's you. 13 hours and 19 minutes from now, I'm going to be doing Dreamland, taping Dreamland for this Sunday, and if you're on broadcast.com, you can join us. That's right. We tape Dreamland between 1 and 4, and guess who's going to be here tomorrow? Bud Hopkins. That's right, Bud Hopkins. A real heavyweight in his field. You want to know about abductions? Be here tomorrow. Otherwise, listen on Sunday, but you can, on broadcast.com, listen and participate. So that's between 1 and 4 o'clock Friday with Bud Hopkins. Be worth your while to take the time and be here. Back now to my guests, Dr. Jeff Long and Tricia McGill. Hi, you two.
Hi.
All right, let's do it. Here comes, from, I think, Las Vegas, somebody named Sarah. Sarah?
Yes.
Welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Sarah, stay good and close to the phone for us and project. And if you would, just tell us what happened to you, Sarah.
Well, my near-death experience happened in 1989. I was bicycling home from a volunteer position, and I got hit by a pickup truck from behind, traveling at about 50 miles an hour. Truck slammed into me, and I was catapulted 60 feet forward. My lungs collapsed. Most of my internal organs ruptured. I broke my pelvis. I was pretty much roadkill at that point.
Roadkill?
Yeah. Fortunately, there was a police officer nearby who radioed an ambulance, and I was taken to a hospital rather quickly. But
were you off on the side of the road or going?
No, I was in the bike lane, actually.
In the bike lane?
Yeah, the woman was racing for a light, and she didn't see me.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
And you got thrown 60 feet with just about everything internally ruptured.
Oh, it was bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they 911, ambulance comes.
Right. Of course, I don't have any memory of any of that, though. That information was all told to me afterwards.
You were out cold.
Yeah. And I was having my NDE at that point, as far as I can tell.
Well, all right. Is there any... here? Okay. I'd like to understand from that moment that you got hit. Obviously, you were not... You didn't have any warning that you were about to be hit, did you?
No,
really?
none at all. In
None
fact,
at all.
I'd never even seen the face of the woman that hit me.
Wow. So just bang.
Yeah.
And that's it. All right. So what is your first recollection? Your first recollection?
The first thing that I remember was being in a very complete, utterly black place. I didn't have any sense of up or down or direction or perspective. It was just as black as you can imagine. And in this place, I had an awareness that I still had a body, but other than that, I had no idea where I was or what was happening next at all. You know, I was just kind of stunned.
Was there any sense of the real world? The Sarah was...
No.
No?
No, it was...
You didn't rise up and see your body and all that stuff?
No, it was as if I was in a black box, except there were no walls. I couldn't see anything anywhere. There was nothing but black. It was very black too. You know, they described velvet black.
I understand. And you still had a sense that your body was there?
That I still had a body, yes.
Well, the first thing I would do if I had that kind of consciousness, I guess I would, even in the black, to retain my sanity, I would try and touch myself and feel my hands and my arms and my body to see if I really was physical.
Well, I don't remember doing anything like that. All I remember is that I had an awareness of kind of arms and legs. You know, that idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was there for an unknown length of time where nothing happened. I was just in this black place.
Did you have emotions? Were you terrified?
I was stunned more than anything else. It was just kind of actually kind of a neutral feeling more than anything else. But it quickly changed.
A neutral feeling?
Yeah. Kind of, okay, where am I, and why am I here, and why is it that there's nothing here but me?
Right. No sense of anything else, any other presence of beings or...
Nothing at all.
Wow.
Just dark.
But you say that changed.
Yes. At one point, off in what seemed to be the distance, because it was farther away from me, I started hearing a hum, and then I saw a little pinprick of light. And the sound began to get louder, and it got closer to me, and as the whatever it was drew closer, I noticed that it was a creature, and that the creature was surrounded by flames in all the various colors of flames, reds and yellows, and it was, I don't know, big. Like, it seemed like it was 8 feet tall to me, and it was huge. And it had huge teeth and huge eyes, and it was, there was a humming all around it, and it was making, you know, it was growling and gnashing its teeth, and it was drooling. And from what I remember, the body of the creature itself was black. and it just was coming toward me at an incredible rate.
And you discerned this black against the white because you had been in total blackness, right?
Right. Well, against the flames, it was completely and covered with flames.
Brother.
Flames were shooting out of it. It had like a huge, not like a halo, but more like it was surrounded by flames that shot out from its body.
How old were you when this occurred?
27.
Whew. All right, so here comes a creature that looks, what, like a dragon, or is there any way to describe?
The closest thing that I could say is that it looked a demon, really, more than a dragon.
A demon?
A demon. It was very demonic, yeah. It had a huge gnashing teeth, and it had long, scaly hands, and it was, it was stomping up and down, and huge eyes. I guess it was draconic in aspect, but not like you would think of a dragon. It didn't have wings or anything like that, although it did have flames. But the flames weren't coming out of its nose or anything like that. It was just surrounding it.
Huh. And so, how intellectually awake were you?
I was terrified at that point. I don't know. There's no other way to describe it. I was awed and terrified at whatever this was that was coming at me.
So you had enough sense about you to have the hell scared out of you.
Oh, I was utterly, I was frozen in fear.
I mean, this sounds like something out of the movie Alien. You know, that horrid little creature.
Yeah,
Big
but
creature,
it was,
actually.
except it was big, and it was flaming too. It wasn't just slobbering, and it was looking at me. Do you know what I mean? It had intent that was on me.
You, yes.
Yes, it was coming for me.
Oh.
Yes.
My. Did you at all, I mean, I'm sure you just had raw fear, so you didn't have time to intellectualize, but at some point you must have wondered, am I dead? Have I gone into another dimension? Have I time slipped? Something or another. Did you think about any of that? In other words, why you were here, where you were, all of that?
Only before the creature started coming toward me did I think about anything like that. Once I realized that this was something that was coming toward me and had an intention of dealing with me, there was nothing but terror in my mind. And I was just in awe because I'd never seen anything like this ever. It was so fantastic, so much beyond the realm of anything in ordinary reality, especially because there was nothing else around it to compare it to. It's just black and this thing.
Okay, when I first called, I think a man answered. Was that your husband?
Yeah.
Do you have children?
Yes, I do.
You do. Have you led a reasonably good life, do you think?
Well, when this happened, which was now 10 years ago, it took me that long, as Jeff was saying for him, it took me about 10 years before I was really able to talk about this to anyone else.
Sure.
I had really led a very ordinary life. I hadn't really lived very long and done very much. You know what I mean? In terms of...
Yes, I do.
I didn't really have time to really create too much havoc. I felt that I really had led a rather ordinary life in most aspects, up until that point,
Yeah.
That was another thing that seems and continues to seem fantastic to me.
I mean, you sound articulate. You sound like a housewife. You sound pretty normal to me.
Oh, I am. I listen to you, so I don't know.
Well, all right. Well, I put you out there a notch or so.
Okay, you're not that normal then.
Well, I would consider myself to be a little bit, outside of the norm. But in terms of the way I relate to the world, I hold a job, I pay my taxes, all that stuff.
So here comes this
creature.
Demon, I guess. Demon.
Well, that's the way I look at it, yeah. It was...
Oh, there is one more thing I need to ask you, and that is, so we can put this in perspective, your religious background.
Oh, I was raised an Episcopalian.
Strict?
No.
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 So...
Which is a really rather gentle sect, as far as the sects go, I think.
Gotcha.
Right. Can I ask you one thing, Sarah?
Sure.
Didn't you tell us at the Friends of Ions group that I have on Sundays that you were coming back from a volunteer job at the church.
Yes.
And you were on your way home from the church.
Yes, I was.
On your bike when you got hit by a hit-and-run driver.
Yes. In fact, I was getting ready to getting ready to do a job as a deaconess at the church the very next day, and I was coming home happy when this happened to me.
So
Because I was on top of the world at that point.
So not only were you doing something for the church,
Yes.
but you felt good about yourself?
Oh, I was very happy at that point, yes. And I was on my bicycle, and, I wasn't in a car, and I was very happy about that because it was a lovely country road that I was riding on, and it was a beautiful evening. It was, it really caught me by surprise and turned me upside down, literally, and everything after that, too.
Also, Art, I might mention that Sarah is carrying a lot of the physical scars of that experience, too. Sarah, isn't it your right arm that's pretty much paralyzed?
Yeah, I lost the use of my right arm as a result of the injuries from the accident afterwards.
How about the rest of you? I mean, collapsed lungs, internal organs?
It took a long time before I could walk, and I suffered from a concussion also, so I had a complete loss of identity. I had to teach myself to read
My God.
again, and all those normal things that happen when you get a really, really serious injury like that.
Amnesia.
Oh, yeah, it took a long time for me to become who I am now.
You had to actually learn to read again?
Yes, I did. I couldn't read. I started with kids' book, like, Go Spot Go. And I remember it being a big achievement for me when I could read People magazine. And then I went on from there because before the accident, I'd been, and still am, a very avid reader. I love to read. And the fact that had been taken away from me was almost too much for me to bear.
Did parts of your, I know we're jumping ahead here, but did parts of your previous life, the reading you did, the things you enjoyed, did they slowly begin to return to you?
Only parts of it. Actually, what I actually had to do as part of my remembering who I was I went back and visited my childhood home and tried to find as many people as I knew that I'd grown up with so they could tell me about myself. And so I could sort of fit it as, oh, well, I guess this happened to me because you're telling me that it did, even though I don't really have a conscious memory of it.
Were you married then?
No, I wasn't.
You weren't. You're a single girl.
Yeah.
Was this here in Nevada?
No. This was in Marin County in California.
Marin County.
Yes.
How long were you to the world out? I mean, just unconscious before you came back around to some form of consciousness physically?
3 days.
3 days in a virtual coma?
Yes.
Did you, at any time during those 3 days, actually flatline?
According to the medical records, 5 times.
5 times?
Yeah, they kept losing me. They kept giving me an hour to live and then another hour to live. I was very critical for a long time.
Wow.
It was really horrific.
Do you think that you know when you flatlined?
Well, I think probably I don't have any conscious memory of it. As I said, for me, I came back to my body about 3 days later in time.
So you really think you were gone for that 3 days?
As far as I know, yes. Because there was basically I had the extended experience that I had, and then I was back in my body. But as far as time is concerned, 3 days had passed.
I've never really heard a story like yours before. This is
well, it's not over, Art.
I fully understand that. This is really something new to me.
And this isn't unusual.
It's not unusual, Doctor?
I believe it's unusual, but I do not believe that my experience is unique. I think that there's other people that have had experiences like mine. They just may not have ever told anybody about it.
Obviously, since that time, and so when did you begin talking about this?
Well, I spoke about it when I first came out and back to my body. I actually wasn't able to speak because I had a respirator in my face, but I started writing about it. And probably all the people in the hospital that I spoke to about it told me that I was just having intense hallucinations because of the fact that I was so incredibly injured. And then I told kind of my immediate circle of friends at the time, but it was such a fantastic thing that I could really feel them drawing away from me because of it.
Sarah, hold on. We'll
Sure.
come right back to you and to Dr. Jeff Long and Tricia McGill as well. I'm Art Bell. My old friend Darkness. Good morning, everybody. If you're just joining us, I've got Dr. Jeff Long, who is a radiation oncologist and also very much involved in near-death experiences. Tricia McGill, who is a licensed clinical psychologist, also very much involved in NDEs. And we're talking with Sarah, a young lady who on the way home from church, riding her bicycle, was hit by a lady doing about 50 miles an hour. She was thrown 60 feet into the air, broke most of her bones, internal organs hemorrhaged, her lungs collapsed. She has no use of one of her arms now, and she died, not once, but 5 times. That death originated with utter silence, blackness. And then there was a light. And then there was a horrible creature, an entity. She described it as a demon, with fire about it, coming toward her, with intent to come toward her. When we come back, we'll pick it up right there. Back now to Dr. Jeff Long, Tricia McGill, and Sarah. Sarah, welcome back.
Thank you.
All right, well, it takes a lot of guts, I think, especially publicly, to talk about this. So you are now left without the use of one arm. Have you otherwise recovered, or are there any other lingering physical problems?
Well, I have, in that arm, I have a condition that's called reflex sympathetic dystrophy, which means I'm in pain all the time. So that has really changed my life in a great deal of ways also, because when you experience pain, I think when you're that young, and I didn't really have any, precedent in my life for acute injury or acute pain. So it really served to kind of change my perspective.
I'll bet.
Especially about human beings and suffering.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. Back to that most awful moment when out of the darkness, the light, a little pinprick of light, and then this horrid being with flames around it, a creature, I guess like a monster movie coming at you. At you.
At me, at an incredible rate of speed, too. Not slow, very quickly. It came toward me, and it was, there was nowhere to go in this black. I didn't think there was to move, I didn't think to run, because where was I going to go?
Yeah.
And so what I did was, this is where I really say that I had an awareness of my body, because I remember standing my ground, just sort of locking my knees and gritting my teeth and balling up my hands and going, okay, whatever's going to happen is going to happen. And I closed my eyes as this creature, I could feel its hot breath on me at that point, right? And what it did was actually started to pass through my body. And I had an awareness of it passing actually very slowly through my body. And as it was passing through my body, it was laughing, and really gleefully laughing as it passed through me. And then it exited behind me with a pop. And then I started moving forward in the dark. And as I was rushing forward in the dark, there ended up being 2 more of these creatures that came at me. They were different colors from that one.
You can actually remember, in other words, you say you rushed forward, as in physically running?
No, more as in like whooshing, like flying.
I got you.
Yeah. But then I started moving forward. And then as in this infinite black, there was no sort of idea that I was moving toward anything. There was just black.
Yes.
And then another one of these creatures came, but I knew what to do about this one, and I just closed my eyes and it went through me. And then I kept going forward, and another one came, and these were both in different colors. They were still of the same aspect. They were still horrific looking, but they were just different colors than the original one. And so another one came through me, and it passed through me. And then I came to the entrance to a tunnel.
To a tunnel.
Hmm. And the tunnel was made out of clouds, or seemed to be made out of clouds. It was like gray storm clouds, different colors of storm clouds.
Right.
And it was probably, it's hard to describe, how large it was, because I didn't have any idea of perspective at that point. But what I can tell you is that it went up and then branched to the right and went around at such a turn that I actually couldn't see where the right branch of the tunnel was going. And on the sides of the tunnel were kind of doorways in the clouds. And there were several different ones of them. There wasn't just one or two. They went up kind of at irregularly spaced intervals up the tunnels on both sides.
Sounds almost like a maze.
It wasn't really a maze. It was more like a viewing gallery. If you were walking down a gallery, there were windows on both sides, but these happened to be doorways in the clouds.
I see.
So at this point, I looked down at myself, and I no longer had my body. My body had become a little blue star, and I was just a little star of light, a little blue star. And then as I noticed myself as a blue star, which seemed a perfectly normal thing for me to be in this context, I looked back up the tunnel, and I noticed that there were other little lights kind of moving around the tunnel up ahead of me. And it was far. It was a very vast distance. It wasn't as if I could just walk from one end of the tunnel very quickly if I had feet. But you know what I mean? It was far.
Yes.
And there were other little lights in the tunnel. Not a lot. I'd say maybe 6. And some of them were blue like me, and others were kind of orange-amber colored.
But you had sight, as we have sight now.
Yes, I was still seeing, and I was still completely aware of myself. Do you know what I mean? I had a complete, utter personality of me.
Yes. You said obviously without feet, now you're not walking. Were you able to intentionally produce motion? Could you move yourself in a direction?
Yes. Well, it happened that as I was gazing in this tunnel going, okay, now I'm here, and now I'm a blue star. 2 little other blue stars appeared on either side of me, and they pushed me into the tunnel. So then I started moving, kind of floating into the tunnel. And that all seemed very normal at the time. I know it sounds fantastic, but
now I know, but to you at that time, that
yes.
It was just what was happening and normal. Yeah,
right.
I do understand.
Yes. So as I was floating along, I observed that some of the doorways in the clouds were open, while others seemed to have been shut up. In terms of, they didn't have like a door with a handle or anything like that. There was just kind of a darker area, and you couldn't see in.
Right.
And some of the doors had characters above them, like, identifying what they were, but they weren't written or any characters that I'd ever seen. And sometimes that was very dim.
So you didn't really understand what those meant?
No, not at all. I just noticed, isn't that interesting that there were sort of something other than the clouds above the doors.
Did they look like Egyptian characters or Chinese or something?
They were
indecipherable?
fantastic. They could have been any combination of those, Egypto-Phoenician, Chinese, science fiction, who knows,
But definitely not door number 1, 2, and 3.
No, nothing that was recognizable to me at all. And that not every door had that either, only some doors.
Right. Wow.
So anyway, the first doorway that I looked into looked like hell. There were people shrieking and screaming, and there were naked human beings strewn about, this horrid landscape with pools of bubbling excrement, and there's boulders, and animals were torturing people, and people were torturing each other, and, there were creatures with pitchforks.
Oh, my God.
And, erupting flame geysers, and it was the artist's classic depiction of hell.
Well, let me stop you right there. This
Sure.
is the most detailed description I've ever heard. I want you to hear something, Sarah.
Sure.
There was a story about Siberia, and they drilled, it was said, the world's deepest hole in Siberia. And the scientist who drilled the hole heard something, and they lowered a microphone as far as they could into the hole, and they made a recording. And I had a listener who sent me a copy of that recording, and I want to play that recording. It's only a few seconds long. Listen very carefully. Based on what you just described in the room that you saw, the room that seemed like hell, I wonder if it sounded like this. Sarah?
Oh, I just got goosebumps all over my body.
Me too.
Oh, that was just exactly like what it sounded like. That is amazing.
I don't know if I wanted to hear that, but when
I'm
you said
sorry,
that,
but
I
it's the
couldn't
truth.
resist. So you had that much sensory perception. You not only saw, but you heard.
Well, not only that, it got worse in that as I got close to this doorway, I was in kind of the center of the hall, and I looked in and saw this scene, and I was like, whoa. And then I went toward this door. I kind of floated toward it, and there was a sucking sensation near this door, kind of like a whirlpool. And I got actually sucked into the hell. And I was kind of catapulted above it, and I was floating above this scene, which is one reason why I can describe it in such great detail, is because I was in there for a while, listening to it, looking at it, just, again, horrified and awed by what I was witnessing, because the scenes of torment were so incredibly imaginative and different. There was every imaginable thing going on in there, you know. It was just that you can think of in terms of torture and human misery. It was happening in there.
And you were sucked into it.
And I was sucked into it, yeah.
But you were above it,
I was above it, yes. I didn't have to. It wasn't as if anything was reaching for me. It was more as if I was observing it.
Good Lord. At this point, Sarah, at any point during all of this, didn't you begin to intellectualize your situation and ask yourself, where am I and what's happened to me? Or was it so natural that you just never went through that process?
Really, while this whole thing was happening, I never questioned why it was happening. I questioned what was happening in terms of, you know, is this even possible at all? But I never questioned why it was happening. It just seemed as if it was something that I needed to see, you know?
Or maybe you were familiar with it.
Pardon me?
Could it be possible that, Sarah, you were familiar with it because you'd been there before?
That's very possible. I have no idea. All I know is that it had a strange fascination to me in its horrible way.
But you weren't yet really part of it.
No, I didn't have to be part of it. I was floating above it. And then there was a one point where, kind of like when you're watching a horror movie and you decide, all right, that's enough of this.
Yes.
And I moved back. I said, all right, I'm leaving. And I went back toward the door, which was, the doorway out into the tunnel was visible from everywhere in this landscape. No matter where you looked, you could always see the door, and the door was always open.
Well,
you could see the tunnel, you know, the cloud of tunnel, and in there it seemed very calm, especially considering with the tumult that's all around.
Well, an obvious question is, though, those who were in that hell couldn't get to that door while you could.
I think my feeling about this is because of what happened next, which was actually I left without any difficulty. And as I was passing through the door, my thought at that point was that the people that were in this scene could leave it at any time. They just weren't aware that they could, because they were so caught up in their own idea that they needed to suffer.
Or perhaps...
And you know, they say the door to hell is always open.
Yeah, perhaps they were keeping themselves there.
Yes, they were.
Have you seen the recent Robin Williams movie?
Yes, I did, on your recommendation, actually.
Really?
Yes.
It must have jolted you pretty hard.
It was interesting, but not exactly the same as my experience, only because he never had the idea of the tunnel, and the tunnel was so primary for mine.
Right.
But his idea of hell was tame for me.
Tame compared to what you saw?
Tame compared to what I saw, yes.
Well, all of this is confusing to the layman, because when you start talking about clouds and light and being a blue light, that begins to sound kind of spiritual on the good side, not...
I don't know if it was necessarily spiritual on the good side. I think, actually, it's more what form humans may take when they lose their body, or what form we perceive this particular experience in. I don't know, you know. This is...
Well, in What Dreams May Come and some other motion pictures that have been produced, there is the concept that people essentially sentence themselves to hell.
Yes, and that's what I think, too. I think so, definitely, from the experience that I had, that those people had sentenced themselves.
All right,
That's what I've gotten from all of my research also, Art.
Yeah.
So you left there on your own. You got out.
I felt really lucky, too, because I was afraid that I wasn't going to be able to get out because that sucking sensation had been so strong coming in. And, you know, even as I was leaving, I could sort of feel the energy kind of pouring back in, sort of, if anything else unwary kind of came along, it was also going to get sucked in, you know. So it was pretty interesting in that respect. And then I was back in the tunnel.
Back in the tunnel of clouds and doors.
Right, tunnel of clouds and doors.
Okay.
So I decided I was going to keep going up the tunnel. And so the next world that I looked into, which was, I don't remember if it was exactly the one right next to the hell, but the next door that I looked in that I have a conscious memory of was also a kind of hell. It was a kind of a completely yellow landscape that was flat. And there were people, and they were just walking, and they had their heads down, and they were totally depressed and totally self-absorbed in this utter miserable state of mind, and they walked past each other, and they walked next to each other, and they were totally oblivious that anybody else was there, and that was all that was happening, except there was a sun in the sky that would cast incredibly long shadows of these people across the landscape. And again, there was this sense here, again, of another kind of misery. It wasn't as graphic.
Not as torturous.
No, but it was, on certain levels, it was worse, because these people were completely isolated and alone. And in their isolation and in their loneliness, they were utterly lost and miserable.
Oh, my God.
Oh, that's what I thought, too. When I looked in that world, I was like, oh, my God.
All right.
That one I didn't have to go into, though. That one I managed to, there was no sucking sensation at that door. I just looked at it.
You looked at it
and said, wow.
Enough of this place. All right. Hold on, Sarah, and hold on, Dr. Jeff Long and Tricia McGill. I'm Art Bell, and I don't think I've ever heard as graphic a description of a trip to a place of this kind. Ever. This is somebody who flatlined 5 times, was thrown 60 feet by an automobile. We'll get back to Sarah in a moment. Back now, Dr. Jeff Long is here, and Tricia McGill is here as well, but we're speaking now with Sarah, and I have never in all
I hope it doesn't bring the website down.
Not at all.
I hope not.
You guys,
no problem.
You guys have the website up, right?
Oh, yeah.
We sure do.
And it's staying up so far?
Yeah, www.nders.org.
Okay, we've got the link up, of course, and we've had it up for, I think, a couple days here. So I hope it stays up. Now,
yeah, me too.
Anyway, Sarah.
Yeah.
So you come out of this. I just want you to keep going because I'm caught up in. I've never heard anything as detailed as this in my life from somebody like you ever.
Well, it really absolutely, utterly changed my life forever, and it has been the pivotal event in my existence ever since then. And one of the reasons why I want to communicate it is so that I can move forward with this and join with other people in sort of celebrating this event so that it no longer is something that is, just my own. And, it's just it takes a lot of energy. And especially with something like this where you don't have any precedent in your existence for such a thing, how do you fit that back into an ordinary reality when you return to it?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I haven't done a very good job with that.
All right. Well, let's finish it. You came out of this second room where people were on a yellow floor, sort of.
Yes.
In just sort of a horribly depressed state, and you sort of looked in that one and didn't spend much time. Said, let's.
No, I just felt a great deal of compassion for these people again, because it seemed again like they were choosing this state.
Yeah.
Like they didn't have any idea that this was not what they had to be at all. But unfortunately, they didn't have any idea of that. All they knew is that this is what it was. And just to see all these different human beings just passing each other by like ships in the night and having no idea that anybody else was there was just so isolating and lonely.
Other than that, those creatures, which more than noticed you, came after you, did anybody in any one of these rooms, were they aware you were there, do you think?
No, it was more like looking in an aquarium, kind of like that idea.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Because in both cases, the tunnel was kind of above these landscapes. So it was very much a kind of a looking down on them.
I've got you.
Okay.
Then what?
Well, then I decided to keep continuing up the tunnel, and the next world that made any sort of impression on me was kind of a very different one in the aspect of it was the most beautiful thing that I'd ever seen. And in that way, the Robin Williams film touched me very deeply because the kind of color that he had there and the beautiful waterfalls and bridges and fountains, and it was sparkling and iridescent and welcoming, and I could hear the sounds of birds and all this other thing going on in there, and it was like, oh boy, well, I definitely want to go in there.
By the way, folks, it's called What Dreams May Come.
Yes, it was wonderful. But this world, later, in fact, several years later, after I had this experience, I saw the paintings of an artist named Gilbert Williams, and this world was very much like his paintings, if you're familiar with his work at all.
I'm not.
Okay. But anyway, it was luminescent. Everything was lit from within and sparkling and living and gorgeous. And it was very interesting because as I went toward this world, of course I wanted to go in there. I was like, oh yeah. As I started to pass through the doorway, it was as if my little star nose got stuck against a piece of plastic wrap, and I couldn't go any further in to this world.
Oh.
And a voice, kind of almost as if I touched a doorbell, a voice said, you do not have the information to enter this world. And I was terribly disappointed, but I thought, okay, well, what can I do? I can't go any further. In fact, I remember I kind of tried to push through this transparent covering over this world.
Right.
But it didn't work. I didn't go in.
You don't have the information
to enter this world, yes. And I thought, well, okay. And I thought to myself, well, I'm certainly going to get the information wherever somehow I will get the information to enter that world. But that was a big disappointment for me.
Right.
So at that point, I was kind of very much near the end of the tunnel in terms of where it branched to the right.
Okay.
And so as in my little star self, I turned around, and there, in this right branching, was a big yellow and white light that was very bright and intense and beautiful and wonderful. So I decided, okay, well, may as well go into the light. So I went into the light, and I'm in the light, and I feel this incredible feeling of joy and happiness and bliss, and I notice that that's the only thing that I can feel. There's nothing else going on there but joy and happiness and bliss and celestial, harmony, and it was overwhelming. And I said to the light, I said, I'm here. And the light said, in this kind of big voice, it said, great,
Great.
Great. Yeah, I said, great. You know, and then I kind of gave myself up to the light. I merged with it. I myself became nothing but eternal joy and bliss and happiness. And I kind of floated in this state for quite some time. And in this state, I lost my fear of death. And I learned a lot of things that are all kind of personal truths for me about myself in this state of joy and bliss. And this lasted for an unknown period of time. And then...
Again, let me ask you, were you in that state? I've experienced, Sarah, something like that in not an NDE, but an out-of-body experience I had just instantaneously. So I know just a little tiny bit about it.
Yes.
Could you intellectualize, obviously something was going on because you were recognizing these things about yourself. So
yes.
So you had some sort of awareness.
Yes, it was definitely a learning state and a healing state at the same time. But I was aware of myself. Again, I never lost my awareness of who I was, ever.
Okay.
No matter what was happening. Even in the state of utter joy and bliss. I was in utter joy and bliss, and yet the joy and bliss was also outside me and happening around me. And at one point, to be perfectly honest with you, it got kind of dull. And so I decided that I was going to leave this place of joy and bliss. And so I said to the light, I said, I'm leaving. And the light said, great. And I thought, okay.
You know, so far I'm right with you, because the feeling of eternal joy and bliss would, after a while, I suppose, sort of.
And I guess that sounds kind of sacrilegious.
It does, but it'd be almost boring. In other words, you'd tire of it.
I did. I tired of it because, in certain levels, it was exhausting because it was never ending.
Yeah.
You know, there was nothing but that. There was no other emotion expressed. It was always joy and bliss.
So the light said,
very wonderful.
The light said, great.
Yeah. So, and I had an idea that it doesn't matter on a personal level. You know, it didn't matter if I was there or if I wasn't there. This light was always going to be in eternal joy and bliss.
You were welcome to come, welcome to go.
Exactly. And so that was just wonderful. So, and then, you know, and I remember thinking, well, okay, well, all right, well, I'm leaving now. And I kind of went rather quickly back down the tunnel, and I paused. This is now we're kind of near the end of this here.
Okay.
This is my last little experience. But there was a doorway near the end of the tunnel that was actually near the entrance where I came in. And this doorway looked out onto space. And there were galaxies and stars and planets, and it was utterly silent and utterly serene, and seemed, you know, if you could go out and float on that forever and be kind of numbly happy pretty much eternally. And there's also a sense of adventure too, though. Like if you went out there, you'd become like a voyager in the galaxy.
Right.
And I kind of hovered on this doorway. And another little being came up and started talking to me about what my options were at this point. And through the opening of the doorway, I could hear voices that were saying, come back, Sarah. You know, what about Zane, which is my son's name? And I got very annoyed with them because I thought, why are they bothering me about my son? Of course, I'm aware that I'm going to be returning to my son and my body. But I could hear them kind of clamoring through the doorway. And so I spoke with this little other being at this doorway, and we were talking, and suddenly it was kind of like the doorbell with the other world, where a voice said, if you pass through this door, you can't come back. And I thought, okay, well, I really don't want to go out there right now. And so I plopped myself back through the door where I came, and suddenly I was back in my body, and I was in a really brightly lit hospital bed, and there were all these tubes sticking into me, and I had a respirator in my face, and my body was humming with power. It was just full of electricity, but I couldn't move it at all because at that point I was pretty much completely paralyzed. And yet also, you know, I was full of joy. I had no fear of death. I had all this wonderful truth about myself, and I couldn't move, and I couldn't communicate it to anyone at all.
You couldn't even write then?
Oh, no, and I actually, at that point, it seemed like being in the hospital bed and being in my body and being so heavy was the abnormal part, do you know?
Yes, I
That
do.
was a jolt, and I really didn't want to be there for a moment. But then I settled into the fact that, oh, well, here I was. And then as the feeling of electricity faded, then I got the wonderful feeling of pain. So I knew I was back in my body because it hurt. And it's understandable considering the extent of my injury.
How long was it before you were able to either write or talk?
Talking took a month.
A month?
Because I was on the respirator for almost that whole month. Because my lungs had really been pretty badly damaged.
When you could talk, you began to communicate, I'm sure, didn't you? What happened to you?
I did, and the health practitioners who were wonderful in terms of saving my life were very, they were upset by what I was saying. They told me basically that the experience that I had was a result of the hallucinations from the fact that I'd been so badly hurt, and that none of what I had experienced was real.
They told you that?
Yes. And I think that they were doing the best that they could in terms of the context of what they knew. You know, this is a fantastic occurrence. They had a job to do, which was to keep me alive, and that's more what they were concentrating on, other than trying to, you know, fit what happened to me into the context of something that they knew. Since it was something outside what they knew, I don't really think they knew what to do with it.
There would be no way for you to correlate the events that you went through to the 5 times that you flatlined, would there? In other words, there would be...
In terms of time?
Or even synchronicity. In other words, you can't put together in your mind...
No, like if each time I flatlined, I might have been in one of those different worlds or something like that.
Sure.
It would be it'd be wonderful to say that happened.
But you don't know that to be true.
honestly say that. All I can honestly say is that I know they lost me, and I know that this experience was obviously extended over a long period of time, because 3 days had passed before I returned to my body. And by then my parents were there, and I don't remember actually if I communicated much to them at all about it. I know I told my close circle of friends, but again, I met with a great deal of kind of skepticism. And again, everyone was kind of humoring me because I was so injured. So I really shut up about it. And I shut up about it really until I came here to Las Vegas and found the little advertisement that Trish had put in one of the papers saying that she had a support group that she was creating for people with near-death experience. And I thought, okay, I'm going to go and I'm going to talk to other people who've had this experience, and then I'm not going to feel so alone and frightened and strange.
Have you met in the group or anywhere else anybody who had the experience you had?
I haven't met anybody who's had the same experience that I've had, but I've met other people who have had the same experience in terms of their lives have been transformed in the same way that mine was by the experience that they had.
And how is your life now different?
Well, the biggest thing that I learned from that is that I lost my fear of death. I lost any fear that I have of the fact that I will lose, upon death, my awareness of who I am.
Yeah. You know,
That is such a comfort.
Daniel Brinkley tells me the same thing all the time.
And
he just says, I'm not afraid.
I'm not. No, it's not that I necessarily want to go quickly into that experience again, okay?
Right.
But the point is, when it comes, I have an acceptance of it that I wish I could communicate to other people, because it is such a joy. Because nothing in my ordinary life now, no matter how hard it gets, can really shake my idea of who I am. And I know that even death will not dissolve my awareness of who I am. And I think that is one of the biggest things that people worry about when they die. They feel like they're going to disintegrate and disappear.
Cease to exist.
And
Blackness.
that doesn't happen. I don't believe it happens at all.
Your
I think
consciousness-
actually you have that death is a wonderful adventure, if you'll let it be. You know, I think that was one of the things about my experience is that death can also have some horrific aspects to it if that's your choice. But there's certainly many other avenues of death to explore.
Sarah,
Yeah.
why do you think that the horrific aspects of that were your choice?
In my case,
Yes.
I think that they represented fear that I had of dying, because I did have a great fear of dying. I was very kind of morbid as a child. I liked horror movies and ghost stories and all that stuff, and I loved scaring myself. But I was really very afraid of death, and also really very ignorant of death. I really knew nothing about it. No one in my immediate circle of family had really died where I actually had a good experience of death. You know, I was ignorant of death and I was afraid of death. And I think my horrific aspects of my near-death experience represented those things in myself.
Dannion Brinkley is now compelled to go to hospices and to help people die.
Yes, that was my first thing, too. The only reason why it never happened was because I was afraid that I would go and present myself to medical practitioners and they would turn me away as a lunatic.
Well, we've got a couple that didn't do that here on the phone. Sarah, I don't know how to thank you. I have never heard a story ever like yours, and it was remarkable.
Well, thank you for the opportunity, Art. It's been wonderful to share it. I hope that other people will come forward and share their experiences, too.
Maybe
so
now
we can
they
learn
will.
more.
Yeah, maybe now they will, Sarah.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank you, and good night.
Okay, thanks. Bye-bye.
Sarah.
Thank you very much.
All right. Wow. Dr. Jeff Long and Tricia McGill back after the break.
Call Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye on the wild card line at area code 702-727-1295. That's area code 702-727-1295. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
Well, I've never heard anything like that before. Have you? Good morning, everybody. I'm Art Bell, and in a moment, we're back to Dr. Jeff Long and Tricia McGill. And there's more, because Dr. Long has also had a less than ideal near-death experience. But I've never heard anything like that. And by the way, we are going to take Sarah's story and compile it into real audio and get it on the website. I've just never heard anything like that. Back now to Dr. Jeff Long and Tricia McGill, and I've never heard a story in my life like that.
Well, I've heard
isn't it,
some
Art?
bizarre ones, but that one really tops the cake.
It really is worth creating a supportive environment to allow people to come out and tell their stories like that, isn't it, Art?
Yes, it is. That is what we do here. And, Dr. Long, let's follow it up with what happened to you. You've never told this, apparently, publicly, certainly not on this scale, to anybody before. Not on national radio or television or anything like that, have you?
Oh, absolutely not. You know, Art, in my life over the past 7 or so years since I had my experience, I've shared it with some very special people, very small groups that I felt safe with. But, you know, I understand where Sarah's coming from. There's a lot of negativism about experiences like that, judgmentalism. It's very, very difficult for people that have had experiences like that to really come out and share. I'm still in awe at Sarah's courage. There's no question about that. It shows real strength of the Friends of Ions group that we created that here in Las Vegas that have allowed people to come out and share experiences like that and really tell the world. Hey, it's made a huge difference in their lives and certainly the...
Of course, but in your case, you're a mainstream physician, a radiation oncology.
Yes.
Oncologist, I guess, and so I want to hear your story. I want to hear what happened to you, because it's hard for me to rationalize in my own mind a physician who will come to every possible conclusion other than what Sarah just said being fact, or what happened to you, which I haven't yet heard, being real, as opposed to every physical explanation a physician would certainly come up with.
Sure. Well, I can tell you, Art, first of all, with regards to Sarah's story, I can tell you as a physician, there is absolutely no drug, there is absolutely no brain chemical change, there is absolutely no loss of oxygen in the brain that has any explanation at all in any size, shape, or matter for what Sarah has just shared with us. That is absolutely the real McCoy. There's absolutely no other explanation other than the fact, exactly as she said it, that was the reality of what she encountered. That is not due to anything medically she encountered, any injury she encountered. That, what you have heard and what all the listeners tonight have heard, that is the real McCoy. That's exactly as it happened. And
I believe
no
that.
Other explanation.
I believe that.
Yeah.
All right, doctor. What happened to you and when?
Okay. Well, Art, this is, certainly as a physician, it's kind of tough to come out and talk about things like that. I'll start off by saying I'm still in awe at Sarah's story, and my story may not be as dramatic as Sarah's in a lot of ways. And I think that's just, the way there's different experiences. All of us, I think, face different kinds of things when we face this kind of experiences in our life. But Sarah is certainly unique and very, very special. And nothing that I say, I don't want to take anything away from her. But nonetheless, certainly the time has come for me to come out of the closet and share a little bit about what I ran into. And what I think is special, Art, is that what I think is important for your listeners to understand is that what I'm going to describe and what Sarah has already described, others may have faced and others may have wrestled with in terms of feeling impaired about sharing it. They may have encountered negativism when they've shared it. They may have feared other people's judgment. I think one of the real special things that's happening tonight, Art, is that Sarah and I and a lot of other people, I hope, are coming out of the closet and ready to really share what we've encountered in our life and open up for the first time to an audience like this. And I think that's a real special opportunity, and I appreciate it.
Her telling her story, you telling yours, they will bring other people out. Believe me, Doctor.
Oh, I hope so, Art. I think that is one of the real endpoints of what's going on here. Are you ready, Art?
Yes, sir.
Are you sitting down? Are you ready to go?
I'm always sitting down.
Okay, so am I. Well, let me tell you, and as I mentioned earlier on this show, I only reach a preparedness to share this story only within the past few weeks. And here's the environment in which I really kind of reached the point of readiness to share this. I very recently was asked to serve on the board of directors of IONS, the International Association of Near-Death Studies. A remarkable group. I would recommend it to anybody. The concept of, as an aside, the concept of frightening near-death experiences will be written about in their upcoming newsletter that's published quarterly.
Right.
For only $45 a year membership, $35 for students and seniors. People can get this publication. It's due out in March. There will be 3 others for the price of the membership. You can reach IONS at area code 860-644-5216. My involvement with IONS has certainly touched my life, and here, Art, is the rest of the story.
All right.
Several weeks ago, I was at the IONS board meeting, and I told the story that I'm about to share with the rest of the listeners here. And I've told the story before. I've shared it with a few special people and in a few small group situations. But this time, when I told the story before the IONS board members, I kind of felt that I'd finally reached a point in my life where I could really reach out and share this with the rest of the world. And it's an interesting experience. Certainly, it's not anywhere near as dramatic as Sarah, but it has certainly touched my life. And it is certainly, while I went through the horror of the initial experience, there's been incredible hope in terms of how it's changed my life, and that's what I'm ready to share tonight.
Okay.
Okay. Let me start at the very beginning here. And this is going to take a little while, so are we ready?
We are.
All right. It was probably 10 years ago. I was married with my first wife, and at that time I knew that she'd had some psychic abilities. I knew that she had some information in dreams, and as a person who'd been raised in a scientific family, I really kind of poo-pooed the idea. I said, there's no way. You know, how can you have these kind of psychic abilities or information in dreams that can't really be measured in any scientific way? And I kind of believed her, but yet I didn't in another way. And anyway, it kind of continued that way until my ex-wife was pregnant with her first child. At that time, things changed. The very first time that I noticed something was very much different from how it had been was when I woke up one night from a dream. And at the time of this dream, I dreamed about buffalo nickels. Now, you may not know about buffalo nickels, or a lot of people don't, but they were minted between 1913 and 1938. And it's been decades, Art, since they've been in circulation. But when I woke with this dream of this sense about buffalo nickels, there was a very unusual sensation I had upon awakening that I had never had before. And I woke up and I said, geez, what is this funny sensation? And what does this mean about buffalo nickels? I was confused. I had no idea. I'd never encountered this. Mm-hmm. I wrestled with it for a while and just couldn't figure it out. But Art, 2 days later, I was standing in line at a cafeteria ready to buy some lunch, and I looked down into the coin box at the line I was paying for my food for, and lo and behold, there were 8 buffalo nickels. And the cashier said, you know, funniest thing, the person a few ahead of you paid for their food with these buffalo nickels. I don't know if you've ever encountered anything like that in your life, but I was just in awe. Instantly, upon seeing those buffalo nickels, I recalled that dream that I'd had several days before. And I said, something is absolutely incredible going on here.
Indeed.
Oh, it was bizarre. The cashier just saw me staring at these buffalo nickels just in silence and said, well, if you want them, they're a nickel apiece. And so I still have those buffalo nickels to this day, as they're a very reminder of how my life was beginning to change.
Well, that's what a lot of people would call synchronicity.
Oh, you better believe it.
Unbelievable synchronicity, yes.
And you know what? That was just the very, very beginning shot. Things were to get even more interesting beyond that. Following that, while my ex-wife was pregnant with the first child that we were to have, I had a number of these kind of dreams which were associated with this sensation upon awakening, which I can't really describe except it's kind of a sensation that this is real, this is valid, kind of a tingling feeling, and it was always associated with dreams that would come true. Another one of the real dramatic kind of hits, if you will, is I woke up and I said, hey, I sense this number, and I had this vision of a number, and it was circled in ink and had kind of a little curlicue around it. And when I woke up, I said, aha, there's absolutely no way this can be true. What's this about this number with a circle around it and a little curlicue? I've got it now. There's no way that could make any sense in the real world. Well, that very day, I was going up. I was in my residency training at that time, and I went up into the locker room the very next day to do a surgical procedure. And while I was up in the locker room, I said, geez, I remember that number that had a circle around it. What if that's a locker number? So said, went to the very corner of the locker room and where I'd never been before. This is not something that I'd ever had any prior chance to observe. But off in a corner of the locker room that I'd never been before, I sought out that locker number that I saw in my dream that had the circle with the curlicue around it.
Right.
And to my absolute awe, I saw that number on that locker with a circle around it. Don't ask me why. I have no idea who did it. But there it was, exactly as I saw it in my dream, circled with a little curlicue to the upper right-hand corner. I remember it like it was yesterday, Art. You know, I saw that and I said, there's something going on here. There's something very significant. I have the sensation when I wake up with a dream, and these things happen.
So this was intensifying.
Oh, it was intensifying. It was incredible. And there actually, I have notes on these dreams, and this happened again and again and again. The same kind of sensation upon awakening, and invariably, what I had visualized or perceived it would come about happened. Okay? The only thing that I was a little confused about at the time is that twice, upon awakening, I had this very strong sensation that this was going to be true, that this was going to be real, but it was associated with the dream of a baby boy. And don't forget, my ex was pregnant with our first child, And so I said, gee, this has happened twice. Clearly this means that we're going to have a baby boy. So at the end of all this, my ex delivered, and we was expecting a baby boy. And guess what, Art? It was a baby girl.
A baby girl.
Yeah. Now, I was shocked at the time, and I said, this is the very first time that I've had this very strong, distinct sensation that the dream was going to be true, and it came out something different. But then, a day or two later, I thought, hey, this is only the first child. And Art, indeed, I have a beautiful, wonderful child, my firstborn, who is a girl, Alicia. But Art, the next two children I had were boys.
Boys.
Yeah. And that nailed it. At that point in time, I really got it. At least there was a sensation associated with upon awakening that I'd never experienced before that meant that it was going to be real or true. All right?
Yes.
After the first child was born, I'd never had this sensation again for years and years and years. All right? I finished up my residency. I went out into private practice of radiation oncology. I was at a particular position where I was undergoing an incredible amount of stress.
I'm sure.
You simply cannot, and I know physicians have stressful jobs. I've been there. I have done that. But nothing could compare to the stress and the incredible pressure that I felt while I was in this particular position. I mean, I really, really felt like it was harming me a great deal.
Working way too many hours on call all the time, that kind of thing.
Oh, let me tell you this, Art. When I was going through this time in my life, I saw my children, my beloved children, awake maybe 2 or 3 hours a week.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Yeah, that tough.
No, I do understand.
Yeah, I appreciate that. This is what I was going through at this time in my life. Well, I was out at a national meeting, and it was quite away from where I was practicing at that point in time. But at that point, I had this incredible dream. It was the last day of the meeting that I was at, and then prior to going to bed that night, I turned the alarm clock ahead by about 15 minutes to a time that the clock had never been set at any time prior to that week. So it was fun. This is the first time I was going to get up this late in the day, but I thought I needed the rest. I was just so tired and worn out and kind of recovering from this incredible life stress I was going through. So I went ahead and did that, and I fell asleep. Well, I went through this incredible series of dissociative images in the dream. I felt that I had a patient had died as a result of my failure. I felt that I had seen myself in a newspaper ad as someone who had died and perhaps as a consequence of stress. But the real kicker, if you will, at the end of this dream, I was standing in a living room in my home looking off towards a wall, and right there I saw a huge glowing one of light. And it was the shape of a one. A little curly Q at the top. You know what I'm talking about?
No, but I'm visualizing it.
Yeah, it's a one. I mean, it's a one. The number one.
Yes.
Of light. It glowed with a light I had never seen in my life, with kind of an intensity that was absolutely indescribable. I'd never seen that before. And as I looked at this one of light and stared at it, just absolutely in awe of what I was seeing, something that I'd never seen before, didn't understand.
Mm-hmm.
While I was standing looking at that, I fell over dead, and I knew this in the dream. This is no illusion. I am a scientist. I've done a lot of research. I can be incredibly objective. But of all that I know about what's true and what's real, I died right in that dream. I'm very clear about that. I fell forward, and I died. So, kind of shocking, huh?
I have never died in a dream.
I had never died in a dream. I had never gone through anything like that. But what's even more dramatic is while I fell forward and died and knew full well that I died in that dream, while I was awakening, I had that same sense of reality and truth that I'd had all those years before in those dreams I had upon awakening. But Art, let me tell you, this was off the scale. This was absolutely far beyond anything I'd ever felt before. Instantly I knew this is true and this is real, but of a level and a scale far outside of my experience. And then, what's more, while I was awakening, with my eyes tightly closed without opening my eyes at all, I had a sense. The alarm clock is going to go off in about 3 seconds. I will have to get up, live my life, and someday understand. Art, I had my eyes tight closed. I swear I never opened my eyes. And from sitting there absolutely petrified of the visions I had seen in my dream, laying in that bed, absolutely never opening my eyes, from the moment I awoke, about 3 seconds later, the alarm clock went off. I opened my eyes just absolutely stunned at all that I'd been through. I had never in my life seen myself die like that. I'd never seen a wand of light like that. It was absolutely outside of my life experience.
Wow.
It was spooky. Well, I got up and went to the meeting that I was going to and started taking some notes at the time of the meeting, but I couldn't concentrate. I put some notes on a little piece of paper, and that was the end of that. And it was pretty spooky.
All right, Doctor, hold it right there. We'll be right back. Dr. Jeff Long and Tricia McGill are my guests. Dr. Long is a radiation oncologist. Tricia McGill is a licensed psychologist. I'm Art Bell. Good morning. I'm already being inundated for requests, so anybody out there wanting a copy of this program, first of all, believe me, I understand. Second of all, please listen carefully. I'm going to give you the number. It's a good 24-hour number. It's going to be a 4-hour program, and the number is 1-800-917-4278. That's a good 24-hour number, even now. 4 hours, folks. 1-800-917-4278, because I've never heard anything like that. Never. We'll be back with Dr. Jeff Long and Tricia McGill in just a moment. Long, again, that's quite a story. Sarah's was an incredible story. But I want to come all the way back to where I was, 2.5 hours ago or something.
Uh-huh.
And that is, here's something that I think bothers me. If good people, and Sarah sounded like a good person.
She is.
Or yourself and others can have these terribly frightening, horrifying, near-death experiences, then to me, in a way, it hangs a gigantic question mark, not medically, physiologically, but spiritually, over the whole question. It kind of hangs a big question mark. How do you resolve apparently good people, better people than myself, having these kind of experiences? Why doesn't that hang a big question mark over the whole thing, or does it?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I would like to, affirm you. You're an incredible person, and we all greatly respect your show. But first of all, I guess one of the things that I would say from the experience that Sarah and I had and a lot of other people we've talked to is that the pattern of near-death experiences do indeed suggest, and actually persuasively, that indeed there is a heaven and, Art, there is a hell, but not as endpoints. That's not where you end up at. It's part of what you go through in your spiritual journey. It's part of what the growth is all about. And that's why we go through this. Do you understand?
Well, I don't know if I do. There is a heaven, there is a hell. Maybe we move through both. Sarah seemed to in her story. Yeah. Then there's one more thing, and that, of course, is Sarah went flatline 5 times. You had your experience in a dream, or maybe not. I mean, I don't know if you want to call it a dream.
Maybe we should define what a near-death experience
Maybe
really
we
is.
should, yeah.
Okay. The definition, I think one of the best definition comes from the organization that I'm serving with, IONS, the International Association of Near-Death Studies. First of all, let me just, as an interlude, indicate that if anybody has had a frightening or less than positive near-death study, you really want to call IONS at 860-644-5216.
Okay, you don't mean study, you mean experience, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay, what was the number again, please?
Yeah, it's 860-644-5216.
I can do better than that. Listen, all of the lines right now, everybody hang up. I can do better than that. You watch what I can do.
Okay.
Everybody hang up out there. Stop calling, please. And only those who have had an experience like Sarah's or like the doctor's call in. Only those of you who have had a near-death experience, horrifying, call in. You know what the numbers are.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Doctor, and I'll just let that hang for a while, and believe me, we'll get some.
Well, I hope so. Art, you're doing a tremendous service to people that have had experiences like Sarah and I have had. We face the judgment of people that we share this experience with, the negativism. the unwillingness to hear. It's really refreshing to have an opportunity like this to really share what we've been through and say, hey, this is really okay. I mean, it's something that people really should be okay sharing. And I really appreciate your willingness to open up the lines to people like that. But let's talk a little bit about what a near-death experience really is. I think a lot of that is a little bit confusing to a lot of people. And Art, I've grown a lot since I've started studying near-death experience. At the very dawn of near-death experience research that I was doing a long time ago, I really felt that the only true or real near-death experience was associated with an experience in which someone basically died. They flatlined.
Yeah, clinical death.
Yeah, but now that I've grown a little bit and become a little more open-minded, I now have a different idea about that. I guess my way of looking at it now is that, well, a true NDE may well occur when a person is close to death, and in fact they seem to be fairly common shortly before actual physical death. However, the NDE is actually one of a family of virtually identical experiences which may happen without being close to death. Now, Art, although approaching death is a reliable, if you will, trigger, an experience may be associated with, as in my case, severe stress, or, in the case of many others we've talked to, deep prayer, religious observance, meditation, or a variety of non-threatening physiological situations or other circumstances. It's really hard to label these experiences. These other experiences really don't have a name. They've been called by a lot of people, if you will, mystical, spiritual, conversion, spiritual emergences. But with the organization that I serve, IANS, the International Association of Near-Death Studies, they're commonly lumped together under the term near-death experiences.
How do you, just before we go to the lines, which we're going to do, and then you can both ask questions, how do you rationalize, as a physician, what Sarah said or what you experienced as being real, knowing all the physiological possibilities?
Oh, that would be my pleasure to answer, Art. I have known a lot of people that have been near death, that have been in drug overdoses. They've been in a whole variety of situations in which they've been through some extremes of physiology. Let me assure you and your entire listening audience, Art, that people that are hypoxic, if you will, which means low blood oxygen, people that are not breathing well, people that are near death, these people do not have lucid experiences like Sarah's been through, like I've been through, or so many others have been through. The state actually seems to be more of a confused state, and that's not what you hear with near-death experiencers. In fact, the very definition of what we have in terms of our study of near-death experience involves, as the very first two words, a lucid. That means a vivid, real, not dreamlike state, and that's what defines the near-death experience from being a typical dream, potentially an anesthetic reaction, and that's what really defines what's going on here. The more we know about near-death experience, the more we respect the diversity of spiritual experiences that people have had. There's really, even a good model of what's going on in the brain during a near-death experience really won't explain it away. There's no way that you can explain away what happens in terms of the experience, and there's no way you can explain away the powerful after effects commonly reported with near-death experiencers, that being the sense of purpose and the meaning of life that you saw so vividly in Sarah, and has certainly been such a vivid experience in my life. That's part of what near-death experience really is all about, Art.
All right, let's see what we've got out there. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Jeff Long and Tricia McGill. Hi.
Hi.
Hello. Where are you?
This is Alan from Vancouver.
Yes, sir. You're going to have to speak up. You're going to have to speak up good and loud for us.
Okay,
here.
Sorry about that. Kind of speak soft sometimes. I've had 7 near-death experiences, and they've all basically been fairly the same, each one, but there's like an evolution of them, and by that I mean
a progression.
A progression, yeah, and by that I mean it gets better, or I get more comfortable with it each time it happens.
Well,
or it seems to be more. It seems to be positive, or each time, but there's still very negative
In what sense?
Well, just sort of like Sarah, I go through, it's basically like a 3-step level every time. It's like I go through this massive negative part of it. I don't really know how to communicate it very well, but it's like a hell. It's like I get overwhelmed with guilt when it's happening.
Mm-hmm.
And more than any guilt that you would ever feel within reality.
Are these brought on in what you think is a dream state, or did you really have a physical?
No, there's never been any physical death experience. It's all I don't know if it's hypnosis, like self-hypnosis, or it just sort of comes on and it just happens. It's just I die, and I know it's happening, and some people say, don't really understand it, but.
All right, Dr. Long, very much like yours, except with the difference that his were progressive. In other words, you pick up where you left off.
I've heard that a lot.
Oh, that's very common, Art.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
People that have had multiple near-death experiences, and we've encountered a number of their stories, often seem to go through a series of growth as they go through each experience. They seem to have, if you will, more and more of a positive experience, more and more of an understanding, and it seems to be part of the whole growth that we go through. It's very interesting. I'm sure this gentleman's encountered the same thing with his experiences.
Okay. First time caller line, you're on the air with Drs. Jeff Long and Tricia McGill. Hi.
Yes, hi, Art.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Los Angeles.
You also are going to have to yell at us because you're not very strong.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's much better. Thank you.
About 20 years ago, I had a NDE, and it happened in my sleep. But as I was sleeping, I felt suddenly that I was, having an OBE. I mean, I felt that I was flying.
Yes.
And I flew to a very familiar place to me in a canyon. And I saw these people, and I went down to where they were, and they didn't seem to be aware of me. And somebody had actually fallen down an embankment, and I went to help. And the minute I went out to touch somebody, everything went black, completely black. But I was completely fully awake at that point, and in just complete, utter, total darkness. And I really felt removed from all God's creation. I just felt like...
kind of like the place Sarah described.
Yeah, I mean, I was utterly so aware of everything, but also aware that I kind of panicked because I felt like, okay, I'm in trouble here, something's not right. And then I felt this incredible feeling of velocity, like I was, traveling through some kind of tunnel at a very high speed, which, was very scary. But it ended with a crushing sensation. I feel like I was being squeezed into my body. I laid there for, quite a few minutes. And eventually I, moved the finger, to make sure that I was, back where I should be. And as I was regaining consciousness, or as I was getting my bearings, I got up and, the bed was all wet and everything. I got up and said, what the heck happened? It's what she described sounded a lot like what happened to me without seeing anything. I didn't see anything, but yet I could feel everything. And it was just complete, utter darkness. It's really hard to describe, to put in words.
Well, I know that. I know it's hard to describe. It is hard to put in words. Believe me, I understand that.
Art, a real classic word used to describe these experiences is ineffable. And the word means you simply can't put the experience in words. And that's so typical of what the barriers are of people trying to describe the rather profound experiences they've been through.
I mean, I was wondering if maybe I had... See, I wasn't at home. I'd been working late that night, and I actually slept, went upstairs where I was working and slept on a cot in a sleeping bag. And, because I wasn't at home, I wasn't in my bed, and it was just, I just got up and paced around and said, what the heck just happened to me? Did I lose consciousness? Was I suffocating in the sleeping bag? Or, was I having sleep apnea? As I said, I don't know if it was a actual NDE or OB gone terribly bad. Because I really don't know that much about it.
Believe me, I understand, and I want to thank you for the call, and I'm going to pause for a specific reason here for a moment. We'll be right back. With Y2K looming ever nearer every day, many experts are advising it would be a great time to have some gold on hand for your personal protection. Gold is an ideal hedge against a falling stock market, should it do that, because it moves generally in the direction opposite to the market. Gold is a great bargain right now. It's selling at less than 40% of its previous high. For over 5,000 years, gold has been the financial measure of wealth. Certainly, gold will always be a safe haven. Countries, central banks, all hold gold for financial protection. Why not you? My friends at David Hall's North American Trading are suggesting that now is an ideal time to move some of your assets into gold, and I agree. As a service to my listeners, David Hall's North American Trading will now sell you gold bullion at their actual cost. They're doing this because they hope to sell you other products in the future. I said at cost. Call today, 1-800-359-4255. It's truly a great deal. Write the number down, 1-800-359-4255. Well, all right, I was trying to get through to somebody that sent me a very interesting email. And I'm going to read it to you. I'm going to try to get through to them here at the top of the hour. I didn't manage it because I couldn't get a line, YouTube. But here it is. I listened to Sarah about her experience while she was in, let me see. Let me bring back up everybody. Do we have everybody here?
No, just coming in.
Tricia?
Yeah, I'm here, though.
Okay, and Dr. Long?
He just came back.
Okay, I'm not hearing Dr. Long for some reason. But hold on, let me see. Let's try it this way. Dr. Long? But for some reason, we're not getting your audio. No, I can
hear you, though. Go ahead.
It's kind of like you're in a different world. Anyway, I listened to Sarah about her experience while she was in a near-death syndrome. I would like to have you go to my website, and he lists it, because I was in a 6-month coma after an accident in Africa. He said he calls it a brief experience into eternity, and he met a spiritual director while he was in the coma. And I would like to call this person in Colorado and get them on the air. And I intend to do so at the top of the hour. I'll probably end up waking them up, but I'm going to give it a try. So let's see now if I can. Let's try this one other way. Doctor, do I have you back yet? No, for some unbeknownst reason to me, we have you, Tricia, but the doctor is kind of like in another dimension for us right now.
Well, yell. Jeff, yell.
We can correct this, of course, here at the top of the hour.
Okay.
Tricia, from your point of view, since we have you most strongly, do you see any parallel between NDEs, Sarah's, the doctors, the others that have been described so far, and out-of-body experiences or induced NDEs, like with drug X and so forth and so on? Are we talking about the same thing or not?
Well, let me explain to you. This is what I told on the last show I was on about OBEs.
Yes.
Out-of-body experiences.
Yes.
An OBE does not necessarily have to be connected in any way to an NDE. You can have OBEs every night as you sleep, and you know you went around Paris and had yours, right?
Sure.
Okay. Anyway, excuse me, I've got a flu, so that's why I'm kind of going to cough here a little bit.
That's another good question. Almost everybody I know right now has the flu. I've never seen anything like it.
Oh, it's horrible, isn't it?
Yes, it's a doctor, don't bother talking. We can't hear you.
Yeah, he's here, but I guess
I know he's trying to talk, but literally,
yeah.
I know of somebody who just died of the flu, pneumonia following the flu, and pneumonia into the flu.
Yeah.
And everybody I know, including my boss and people up at the network and everybody I talk to, is sick.
Yeah, it's nasty. Whatever's going around, I've got it bad. And here I am staying up to 3, but I enjoy the opportunity to reach this many people. So it's a sacrifice that's well worth it. And back to the OBE question you had.
Yes.
An OBE is not necessarily connected with an NDE, but an NDE always starts with an OBE.
Oh, now that's interesting.
Always, yeah. An OBE always is the beginning, because you see what an OBE is, by definition, is a separation of the spirit or soul from the physical body.
Yes.
So before you can have any of these experiences, you have to separate from the physical body.
All right. How do you delineate between the destinations one might take in an OBE versus an NDE?
Well, an OBE, I think you can pretty much do whatever you want. I've had 2 really terrifying or distressful OBEs. One was, and they're both verifiable, by the way. One was back in the early 70s, and I was at the scene of a plane crash right outside Paris, France. And I noticed that there was only one person alive.
Doctor, hold it. That's a good cliffhanger point anyway. We're at the top of the hour. We'll be right back. It's exactly what it is. Dr. Jeff Long and Dr. Tricia McGill are here. Dr. Long is a oncologist, and Dr. McGill is a clinical psychologist, and we are discussing NDEs, near-death experiences of the less than fully palatable sort. And we'll be back to it right after this. We are back in communication again. Do we have the 2 of you back on? Uh-oh.
Oh, are we back on?
I don't know. Are you there?
Yeah, we're here.
Okay, you're there.
I'm here. Jeff's just coming back from another bathroom break.
Okay, Jeff?
Yes.
Okay, boy. Thought I had lost you guys.
I'm here.
No, we're here.
All right. There are a number of people who would like to speak with you. So, Wildcard Line, you are now on the air with Dr. Jeff Long and Tricia McGill. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Jan, and I'm from Greensboro, North Carolina.
Yes, Jan.
Uh-huh. And my situation happened January 4th, 1984. I was 55 at the time. I had been bedridden for over 2 years with severe spasmodic asthma. And I knew I just couldn't hang on just couldn't go on much longer. My body was just getting weaker. And I heard about this specialist. His name was Dr. Mathies, and I heard about this specialist. And when I tried to locate him, well, my husband did all this because I wasn't able to do it. He found that he had moved to Cherokee, which is up in the mountains next to the reservation. So he called him and told him that I was in pretty bad shape and he said, well, could you bring her? This was on a Thursday. He said, could you bring her on Saturday? Because it was his wife's. It was his, anyway, some sort of a family celebration, and he wanted to skip that day. And Friday morning came, and I said to my husband, I can't go another day. If I don't go today, I'm going to die. So he called up Dr. Mathies, and he said, bring her. He said, I'll be there at 4 o'clock, which it took us 6 hours driving into the mountains, and I didn't know how much longer I could go on. And he was there, just like he said, old man. He was about 75. Had 3 fingers on one hand, burnt by X-ray, and they brought me in a wheelchair, and I was up on the examination table on my hands and knees because that was the best way to breathe. And I looked up at the clock, and it said 4:15, and all of a sudden I felt like a marionette whose strings had been cut. And I said, oh no, I've come all this way, and I'm so sick. I can't go on. I just can't go on anymore. And I started tapping on the side of the table, and the old doctor looked up at me, and then I wrote in the air, and he said to the little nurse, that those are the only ones in the hospital, was the doctor and the little nurse. And he said, give her a pencil and piece of paper. She's trying to tell me something. And I wrote on the paper, help me, I'm dying. And I just fell over. And what it was complete cardiac arrest. And the next thing I knew, and I can honestly say that in the 70 years of my life, it was the most horrible experience I'd ever had. I was completely paralyzed. There wasn't, I couldn't even blink an eye or lift a finger. I was paralyzed from the top of my head to the tip of my toes. but my brain was working, and it was clear. My brain was clear.
Mm-hmm.
And I kept, I said, I can't let him know I'm here. I'm alive. I'm dead inside this body.
Yeah.
And so I kept saying, oh, God, please don't let me die, because I had a 13-year-old boy, son back in Greensboro, and I said, I can't die now. He needs me. I've got to take care of it. I kept begging, please, I can't go now. Don't take me. And I still kept trying to move something, and I couldn't. And I heard this voice, and it was very irritated. It was an irritable voice, rather gruff with me. And I think he called me dummy, I think. Dummy? I seem to remember him being a little rude. He said, dummy, you've got your brain, use it. And I started thinking, and I kept thinking and thinking to the doctor, don't give up, I'm here. Just keep trying, I'm here. And I don't know what happened, blank, blank, blank. And then the same thing happened again. Time passed, the same identical thing happened again, except it wasn't so bad because I knew if I'd have to think like I did before. It wasn't the panic that I'd felt before. And the only thing I remember at all was I heard a voice saying, her nose is too small, we're going to have to go down her throat. And the next thing I remember is I came to in this room. This is a part that was not, but it's part of it. It was important. I came to in this room, and I knew I was on a respirator. I could hear it. And I looked over, and my husband was sitting on the bed, and I looked in his eyes, and the look was, why didn't you die? That I wouldn't have this problem anymore. And I turned my head and faced the wall. I went out again, and time passed again. And I looked up at this big clock in this room, and it said 4 o'clock, which meant 24 hours. And the old doctor was standing by me, and he was smiling at me, and he said, Jan, you don't know what you put me through. And I said, Doctor, I don't feel all that great myself. And this doctor, and I found out, later, was a Seventh-day Adventist, and he and his wife had knelt beside my bed all night long praying for me.
All right. I appreciate that story. There you are. That sure is a negative one.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Okay. First time caller line. You're on the air with Dr. Jeff Long and Tricia McGill. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. This kind of ties in with a bunch of different things that Dr. Long was talking about, and Tricia also.
Where are you?
I'm in Minneapolis.
All right.
My name is Bridget. I'm listening to you on KSTP 1500.
Okay, speak up good and loud, honey.
What happened was ever since I was young, I've dreamt the future, like you were talking about, Dr. Long. And I know when those dreams are going to come true. And I had dreamt my father's death, and it came true. And it never sat right with me, but I knew he was always with me as a child. And I was involved in an accident where I had a rollover. I rolled over 4 times, and he was there holding me while I was in the car. I was the only one with a seatbelt, and I got hurt the worst. And when the car stopped rolling, I had been knocked out of my body. And I thought, oh, I'm having a flying dream. I'm flying. Look at the trees, and the air is so beautiful in the sky. And I was like, oh, this is nice. I can fly around. And I was flying all around, and I realized, wait a minute, I was just in an accident. Why am I flying? And I looked down, and there was the car in a wreck, and there's me half out of the car. And I was like, oh, that's me. I'm not flying. I'm dying. I don't know what to do. And I looked up, and it was like a vortex between me and the top of the clouds, like in the atmosphere. And it was swirling with clouds, and it was as if it was just to another dimension. It was just to another realm. It was to eternity. And I sensed it was eternity because I always felt like I was a part of a star, and we are all a part of stars. And I was like, wow, that's home. I can go there. I can.
That almost sounds like what Sarah saw.
Yeah, but I didn't go into it quite yet. And I saw it there, and it was spinning and swirling, and it was pulling me upwards, but I was still free to move about. And it took a minute to understand exactly what was happening, and then my life started to flash before me. Just boom, 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 all these good things, all these bad things, all self-reflection and mistakes and achievements and successes and love and different emotions and different times in my life were flashing. And I realized, wow, I'm 18 years old, and I'm here, and I know I have something to bring, and I know I have something to give. It's not time yet. And I started to beg, and there was this pulling, but the pulling was like I can't say God because it's too big to just say God, but everything that is was right there inside that vortex, and it was everything. It was every emotion, every thought, every dream, every reality was there, and it was there, and it was saying, I'm here. Here I am. You've known this is it. You've known what's here. You've known this is to come. Come in. Come. And it was just kind of pulling me like a wind, like a feather on the wind, and I just was going upwards and flying, and then I was like, but I like life. I want to be here. I start to value my life, just, realizing there's so much ahead that I want to bring to life, and I started to pull backwards towards my body like a rope. Mm-hmm. Like, if you travel out of body and you build ropes to stay, it was kind of like that, but I wasn't aware of it, and I started to pull towards my body again, and I was pulling back down and going closer, and it kept pulling harder because I was getting higher. I was above the trees by then, and I was pulling and pulling and pulling and swimming like against a current, very strong current, and all of a sudden, boom, it was like a big slam, and I was in my body, and there was just blackness, and I opened my eyes, and I had blood in my eyes, and I opened my eyes, and I looked up, and there was a state trooper there trying to revive me, and I said, oh my gosh, I'm here, and you're going to save me. And he said, yeah, people are on their way to help you. And I said, that's okay. I've watched Rescue 911. I know what's going to happen. Just let me think for a minute. And I said, okay, I'm here now. I don't have to die. But I know it's there, and I know God was there, and I can't say it's just God because it was everything all at once. But it happened that I was brought to the hospital and had a long, 2 8.5-hour reconstructive bone surgeries, and I had broken my body, and they weren't sure if I was going to walk again and stuff, and I had a really long recovery. But the whole time I was recovering, I just remembered that time of flying and remembered the awesome power inside of that vortex, that awesome power that I knew was a part of me and a part of everyone and a part of life itself that we have here now. And I drew upon that every day through healing meditation. Like, I told my body to use its cells. I told my bones to heal. I used the medicine. I stopped taking pain medication because it messed with my ability to meditate. And I used that power that I felt to tell my body to reconstruct itself. And finally, 9 months later, they gave me crutches after a long time of therapy and staying in a nursing home. And I was able to really fully recover. And I just went back for my 3-year exam, and he said that I'm the best case scenario out of all of the reconstructive surgeries he's done on acetabulums, because that's what I broke, just the whole structure there, the femur, and I had punctured a lung and fractured a rib, and I had a concussion, and it took a long time, but that using that power to reconstruct myself and to bring that to my life, I didn't really see what was beyond the vortex. I really didn't get a sense or have choices like Sarah was speaking of going and seeing all the different realms, but I knew it was just too awesome to ever
you have a classic NDE, which I would dearly love to get up on our website. We have a nonprofit corporation, a research foundation to study near-death experiences to share with the world. Could you please type your, if this is possible, type up your story and then email it to us, and we will scan it into our website. And
are you able to do that, hon?
Yes, I am. What is the address?
Okay, Jeff, give him the address while I talk.
You could either, certainly if you could email it to us, that'd be great. We could just put it right into our website. If you type it to us, the best way to, if you type it and mail it to us, please mail it to NDERF, that's NDERF, and that's Post Office Box 36543, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89133. Did you get that?
Yeah, P.O. 36543.
Yeah, Las Vegas, Nevada. Did you get the zip? 89133.
89133.
We really would like to get anybody else out there who's listening to send us their NDEs too, and we can put them up on the web. Art, I have an interesting NDE. If there's any way I could just really fast share it.
Yes, please.
Oh, good. Okay.
Before we do that, can I say one quick plea? we're looking into trying to find Spanish-speaking NDE experiencers. I think we're really breaking some ground tonight, Art, in ground that really needs to be broken, and that is people are coming out and sharing their experiences in a way that they never have before. If there's any Spanish-speaking NDE experiencers, I hope they would contact a radio station, Telemundo, and they can reach Maria there, who's seeking this for a series on NDE experiences, and that's at area code 305-884-9650. And we're very interested in finding experiencers for this television station, the largest Spanish-speaking television station, as far as I know, in the Western Hemisphere, Telemundo, and it's that we very appreciate any Spanish-speaking experiencers that could call that number.
It's actually a network, I think.
Yes.
All right, Tricia.
Okay, really fast. I know we're running out of time. Anybody that wants to hear this or read this whole story can go to our website and check it out. But I will just tell you, this is very interesting. This is one of the most unique and terrifying NDEs I've ever heard of.
Trish, this is very scary, too. I think we should advise the listeners there that this is spooky.
Okay.
All right.
Back in 1969, a gentleman by the name of Keith was in Vietnam, and he was doing his patriotic duty, and he was also a Green Beret trainer of combat. And because, you know, in high school and everything, he was kind of a very competitive, macho, testosterone-driven young man, and was excelling in all kinds of sports. He had this really competitive edge. So when he went into the Green Beret, he carried that competitive edge over and was really tough and macho. And he trained men to be tough and macho, too. And kill numbers made all the difference. And he'd never considered his enemy, or victims, as you might call them, to be anything but just numbers. Kind of like, you know, he was just getting more callous by the day. Well, anyway, at one point in time, he did get hit by a mortar round, and he saw himself basically outside of his body. That's an OBE start of an NDE.
Sure.
And he was sucked down through the ground, and he saw a medic there who was working on him, and he was eye to eye with this medic, even though he was, you know, supposedly much taller. He was, 6'4" guy, and here he was eye to eye with this medic who was bending over his dead body. And the medic was working on him, and he fell through the earth, mind you, and fell into a pit. And the pit was full of blood and guts and body parts. And he was like up to his waist in this. And he looked around, and he could see a pinpoint of light way off in the distance. And he felt that if he could go there, he could somehow get out of this hellish environment. So not only did he have to wade through a thick stew of body parts, but he also had many people that he had inadvertently or directly murdered in this war on the banks of this pit who were screaming and yelling at him. And there were people with missing legs, missing arms, and they were grabbing at him. None of them got him, but they were grabbing at him as he sloshed his way through what he felt like was 10 miles of really the most gross, smelly, disgusting body parts, blood and guts the whole way. And one little girl really seemed to catch his attention because she had, at one time earlier, he had killed her because he had just given a lecture about how the enemy used little girls and little boys to walk into amidst the soldiers, and then they don't know any better. They just are doing what they're told, and they pull a little pin and blow themselves up.
That's right.
And take a bunch of soldiers with them.
Right.
Well, this little girl had something in a bag, and she reached in, and he was watching her, and he drew a bead on her, and she was amongst a bunch of soldiers trying to get their attention. And then he saw something small and black in her hand, and so he blew the top of her head off. Well, this was like a little 6-year-old girl, and she kept following him around with part of her head blown off, screaming at him in Vietnamese, which he could hear perfectly well.
God.
And he had learned later on, after he killed her, that she was in the midst of the camp trying to find a kind soldier who would give a little puppy a home because she didn't want it to be on that night's menu that their mother was getting ready to put it in the stew pot and serve it up. And she was trying to find somebody, and he thought it was a grenade. And this little girl kept following him. Where the others were staying put, this little girl followed him with the top of her head blown off, screaming at him. And he said it was the worst nightmare he ever went through in his whole life. When he got to the end of the light, you know, where he was at the end of this trough, he was so relieved to see one of his good buddies that had died in the hunting accident the year before he went to Vietnam, and before the man we're talking about went to Vietnam. And this guy put his arms around him and said, "I'm so sorry we had to do this to you, but you were getting just too callous, and that wasn't the true you. You were starting to get to enjoying, you know, like a game, shooting people." Well, after that, next thing that happened to him, he came to in the Army hospital. And he said he changed his ways right from that point on. And to this day, he does a lot of charity work with children and women.
That would change you all right.
Oh, he changed really fast.
All right, I mean, Tricia, we've got a break here at the bottom of the hour. Wow. Well, this is a night I'll not forget for a while. Again, to get a copy of this program, please, folks, don't email me. The number is 1-800-917-4278. Don't fax me. If you want a copy of the program, it's 1-800-917-4278. We go again. Welcome back, you two.
Hi.
Hi.
Quite an evening, huh?
Yeah.
Remarkable.
Groundbreaking.
Remarkable is right. All right. Well, if you like, we will continue.
Yeah.
We'll get the information out one more time for your website and the rest of it at the end of the program.
Okay.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Long and Dr. McGill. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
This is okay. Hello, Art.
Yes, sir. Hi.
How you doing? It's very interesting that you had this subject tonight because the same thing I've been trying to tell people for almost 20-some years now is like they don't want to believe it or they think it's unbelievable.
Well, what happened to you?
Well, I was in the Marine Corps, and in between 1975 and 1973, and I remember I was up around Wake City and Pleiku, and I was at the Special Forces encampment there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to try to put, I get all choked up when I talk about it and everything like that, but you have to bear with me. I remember that we was being overrun. I remember a lot of fire and a lot of firefighting and everything like that was going on.
Was this Tet?
No, that was in 68. This was in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I remember sitting there and trying to take my breath and everything like that, okay, because we was getting a lot of fire and they were coming like ants and everything else like this. Well, a partner of mine sitting next to me, he got shot first, and I remember that when he splattered all over the place and everything like that, I kind of looked over at him, and I was in awe. I was just speaking to the guy, you know what I mean? And next thing I know, something had knocked me backwards where I was at and everything like that. And I remember that I took a breath. Then all of a sudden, I don't know, it felt like something was draining out of me, okay? And I was laying partly on my side, and I felt the warm blood and everything like that running down the side of my face. And I know that my eye was knocked out of the socket and everything else like this. And I said, well, I couldn't move my body. I couldn't move my limbs. I couldn't, it was hard for me to even breathe. The only thing I could think about was my mother at the time or the people that I left behind because I just got married in San Diego and my wife was expecting a child and everything like that. And as it was, it seemed like it was forever, but next thing I know, I heard this soft voice and it rolled me over. It actually rolled me over and there was this lady that was standing there. And I recognized it because it was my wife with a little kid in her arms, okay? And there was like little sparkles coming off of her. Mm-hmm. And she was reaching down and she was touching me and she was telling me I was going to be all right, that I would see her again. And I remember taking that last breath that it hurt so bad that then I went into darkness, okay? And my eyes are just like if you passed out or how you hyperventilate sometimes or whatever it may be.
Yes. And
next thing I know, I was being flung out of my body like if you take two positive sides of a magnet and they push, they repel one another, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the next thing I know, I was standing there by my body and I was looking down and I felt free, but then again I was afraid because I know that it's not a dream that's happening, because I looked around on the battlefield. I was looking around at everything, and there was other people standing by their bodies, okay?
So you saw other men that had been shot, too?
Absolutely. I mean, we was almost being overrun. I seen other people there, and I was seeing the action that was going on and everything else like this. Now, this is going to get into where that movie Ghost was or something like that, but I've told this story for years.
Yeah,
I've seen things come up out of the ground and start grabbing people that were standing around their bodies, and they were screaming horribly as they were being taken away, you know what I mean? It just vanished, but they weren't liking it too much.
You mean like those little goblins and the ghosts?
No, it was like shadows.
Shadows. Ooh,
it was like shadows. I can't, you couldn't hardly see them, but I know when they touched those people that were standing there, they didn't like it at all. And then I seen this great light come and had other little lights and everything like that, and they were picking up people. It was like, you know, sucking them up, and I can't explain it, but they weren't liking it too much neither. And as I was standing there by my body, I looked down at it again, and I had this sickening feeling inside of me, because it was like when I was looking at it, it was like a grave. It was like, you know, I was released from something, and I looked over my shoulder, and there came this curtain. And this curtain was like you couldn't see the end of it, and you couldn't see the height of it, but you could see it moving. And it was moving across the land and that. And I'm standing there, and I looked back down on my body again. About the time I turned around, it went past me.
Ooh,
really? As it was going past me and everything like that.
Wow.
I remember I was standing in this place, and there were people touching and telling me that it was going to be okay, that everything was fine, and I didn't have to go where those other people went that I would belong to, where I was at. And the sun was white, and it was so clean and perfect that it was unbelievable.
Oh, my word.
And that, okay, and as they were walking me across this field and touching me, I looked down at my feet and my hands. They were still like they were dirty, like, you know what I'm saying? And they walked me up to this fence or this gate. I don't say a gate, it's like a wall, like a white wall and everything like that. I know that there was a gigantic building behind it and everything else like this. And as they were standing there, these people said some things or whatever it was, and it's like the wall just disappeared. And there was an opening there. And they wanted me to walk through this opening, okay? And I was kind of scared to walk through this opening. And excuse me. It's been a long time, but I still get choked up.
That's okay.
It's okay.
Take your time.
Anyways, this man and this woman that walked up to me and told me not to be afraid. Walk through the gate, because you must go beyond that right there so you can hear the words that you need to hear. And next thing I know, I was like being beckoned. It was like being a pulling, you know what I'm saying there? And you hear a voice, like, you know, I heard this voice, and I said, sir, here I am, you know what I mean? I faced the opening, and it's like my fear left me, and I walked through it. And the minute that I walked through it, I seen these giant columns that I couldn't even see the tops of, and it had writing all over it and everything like that, and each column on each side of the walkway had like giant squares. I mean, big, humongous, giant squares and everything. I knew that in my heart that was where people would stand or whatever it was. And down this long hallway or this corridor, because the building didn't have no roof on it or nothing like that, I seen these steps, and I seen a big chair up there, and I was still being beckoned toward it. So I started walking down these they're not stones, but they were stones, but they were put in certain positions. It was almost like a winding type thing, okay? I went up these steps, and I seen this chair with lion heads on it, and I'm standing there, and I'm still, okay, my fright, it's not like a fright, it's like a fear of expecting something, okay?
Yeah.
And as I was standing up these steps, and I was like frozen, these two great, big, giant beings that I can't even describe came out, because there was a giant curtain standing before me, and I know that it had to be big. I mean, it was thick, I just know it was, and they had these hooks in their hands, and they opened up the center of this curtain, and they pulled it apart and everything, okay? And these other people came out, and they put like they would hold the curtain apart up where, you know, like it would hold it up like you do a curtain sometime when you tie it apart or whatever.
Yeah.
And there was a great big, like a void there. And as I was standing there, I see this little pulse of light. And it started out real small, and as it was getting bigger, you can hear like thumps, you know what I mean? It's like, not like a heartbeat, but you know it was coming, it would get bigger and bigger, and the next thing you know, it's filling the screen. I mean, this whole inlet or whatever you want to talk on. When one would speak, this stuff would come out of the screen like, okay, and then when they would speak, the center would speak, these other beings around it would speak too. They were called, I was told that they were called the seven thunders, or the seven perfect pearls, okay?
The what? Seven Thunders?
They were called the Seven Thunders, and the Seven Thunders were also called, or have the name like Seven Perfect Pearls, or they were called the Pearls, okay?
Yeah, I know about that.
And they were both masculine, and they were both feminine, you know what I mean? They would speak, one would speak. And next thing I know, when the sinner spoke and asked me what I was doing here, and I said, sir, I have no idea what I'm doing here. And he said, you have a purpose. And I said, what purpose could I have?
You didn't know you had a purpose,
No,
but they did.
I had no idea because, you know, I did not know what, I had no idea. And he said, well, this is the beginning of the purpose. And when he spoke, and the Seven Thunders spoke, it was like something came out of the screen and picked me up off the platform because I was all dirty. Next thing I know, I've got white clothes on.
Mm-hmm.
And these sparkles are coming out of me and everything like that, right?
Yeah.
And he picked me up, and as he took me behind this chair, or this big throne, or whatever you want to call it, he took me in this place, and he told me that this place was called the Seer's Room. And there was writing all over these gold plates and these walls, and it had a big well in the front of, in that room. It was like a real well. It came up, but it didn't have no bucket or nothing like that. And he told me to walk toward the well, so I walked toward the well, and it had like a bubble in it. And he put his hand across it, or something put his hand across it, and I started seeing things that were in the past, and I started seeing things that were in the future. And he asked me what was happening, and he explained to me, and I told him, I said, well, I guess I'm seeing things from the past and from the future. And he says, you're right, remember them. And I did remember what I saw.
Do you remember?
I remember all of it.
Oh,
Everything
God.
that I'm telling you.
We would love to have that on our website. Is there any way you can get that to us?
Yeah, can you get the story in detail? We're so short on time here. Can you get the story in detail to them in writing?
Sure.
That would be
I could
perfect.
do that.
All right, listen, we're going to be giving the address here in a moment. I have never, ever heard a battlefield description of the kind that he gave. That was incredible.
Wasn't that? Mm.
Absolutely incredible.
Whoa.
All right.
So, totally different.
Yeah, completely different is right. And I think I've done it again. I think that I have, this time it was my fault, and I think that I have lost Dr. LaFont.
Yes, you lost him.
All right. We'll try and get him back here.
Yeah, if you can call him.
First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi.
Yes, sir. You're going to have to...
Forgot about me.
I haven't forgotten about you. I'm just now getting to you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, what happened to me is I had a tractor accident,
Yeah.
and I was just getting back cutting the straw, and I loaded up on the back of the trailer, and I was heading down a steep terrain hill,
Yeah.
and it started to slide out of control. The front end of the tractor went out from under itself. I tried to jump clear from it,
Yeah.
and when I jumped clear, I seen the tractor coming right at me.
Oh, boy.
And it just went across to my whole body, and I just totally, light just flashed before me. And then like a few seconds or minutes later, I just snapped out of it wondering, did it get me? Did it get me? And I looked down at my legs, and they're bent right up onto my chest.
Ooh, jeez.
And it was just tremendously, I felt no pain. I felt calm and just felt like really shaky and lightheaded. Like I'm feeling now,
It's like you were in shock.
Yes.
Yeah, shock.
And it was just so shocking that, you know, I was like, where's the pain? Where's this pain? And there was nobody around. The supervisor was way up on the hill, and I'm thinking, I'm laying here, I can't move. I can't move at all. And so I laid there for a few minutes, kind of consciously trying to catch my breath and trying to figure out what the heck happened. And before I know it, I just kind of like faded out like a TV. And for a second there, I seen lights around me flashing. And I don't know if they were angels or what, but they came down and they said, just calm down, we'll get you help.
Oh, good.
And I think it was like 30 minutes or so later, the boss finally made it down the hill wondering what's going on. He sees a tractor flipped over and I'm near it. And through the whole thing, these angels, entities, or whatever they were calming me, saying there's no pain and blood is just everywhere. And I'm just laying here wondering.
You were seeing light beings much the same as Sarah was a light.
Yes, and they were giving me this warm sensation through my body. And I asked, you know, who are you? What are you? And all I heard is one to say, Bertha. And it just was so calming and soothing.
Bertha.
Yes, and then I just totally went out because the boss came and all this was so tremendously too much for me to comprehend. And before I knew it, I'm in a hospital, IVs and everything, and I come conscious again, and there they are, still around me. And it was so tremendously, I couldn't take no more of it, and I started going into convulsions, and the machine started going crazy, and a nurse came in, and she started trying to fix me, and and I looked on her shirt, and it had that word Bertha on it, and it just calmed me right down, and the machines all started going back, and before I know it,
oh my goodness,
and they were still around me through the whole thing. And
you certainly are fortunate to have angelic intervention.
And I'm walking today. It was the most incredible thing. I mean, I had pins through my legs. I have scars. I mean, the bones were completely tore right out of my legs.
Oh my God.
And I'm walking today. I might be a little, a couple centimeters short on one leg, and the doctor was the greatest. But through the whole thing, these white like sheets, I couldn't see their faces.
Yeah.
They were like, like a cape, like robe type, but I couldn't see their faces. But they were always there through the whole thing.
Oh, that's wonderful.
And it just, I really didn't feel pain till after, they got me all going, and then I finally got back to reality, and my body started feeling all this.
And there's the pain.
And there was the pain.
Comes back. Yeah.
I appreciate it. And
well, I certainly would appreciate getting your report, too, for our web.
Okay. Let's give them information that will allow them to do that. First of all, everybody, if you will go to my website and simply scroll down to the name Dr. Jeff Long and Dr. Tricia McGill, you can jump over to their site right away, that fast, those of you who are used to going to my site, or you can go directly to www.nderf.org, and that is their website. That's www.nderf.org. And whatever other contact information you have, folks, go ahead.
Email.
Yes. The NDERF stands for Near Death Experience Research Foundation, and we are hearing some absolutely phenomenal stories tonight of what the near-death experience is really all about, and why Dr. Tricia and myself are so very, very interested in this. And there's a lot of stories out there like that. We'd be very interested in people either emailing their stories, if they could type it up, or if they want to write their stories. We do have a post office box. You can mail them to NDERF, and that's Post Office Box 36543. That's in Las Vegas, Nevada, and the zip is 89133. Very much appreciate hearing from any experiencers out there. Your stories certainly touch me and Tricia's life, and certainly, as we're very clear from the show tonight, Art, can touch the world.
Yeah, obviously. I want to thank you both for being here, and I've heard things tonight that I have never, ever heard before, period. So, thank you both.
It's been a real pleasure, Art.
Okay, good night.
Good night.
Night all. All right, well, there you have it, folks. Yeah, I heard things tonight that I have never heard before. I was so compelled by Sarah's story. I guess that unfolded over a period of, about an hour and a half, 2 hours? I've never heard anything like that in my life before, and then some of the subsequent stories as well. Probably the best show that we've done on this subject ever. Anyway, any of you who would like a copy of this program, please do not email me. Please do not fax me. I'm buried in all of that stuff. You can call 24 hours a day, 1-800-917-4278. That's 1-800-917-4278. And remember, if you're of a mind to do it, later today, just literally hours from now, between 1 and 4 o'clock Pacific, 1 and 4 in the afternoon, Pacific Time, we're going to tape Dreamland with Bud Hopkins. That's going to be another one you're not going to want to miss. So anybody participating will then hear themselves on Sunday. And you can get it on broadcast.com right through my website, 1 and 4 today. Bud Hopkins from the high desert, Night All.